Councilmember Burke,
Here.
Councilmember Wilkinson,
Present.
Mayor Cooper,
Here.
Councilmember Mark,
Here.
Councilmember Carapiet. Here.
Are there any public comments on the closed item session, agenda items 5A, 5B, and 5C?
There is no one present.
Okay, then I will adjourn to closed session. Okay, we'll reconvene and announce that there were no actions taken relative to any existing or anticipated litigation discussed in closed session. So now we will move on to the council reports. If anyone has anything to report, let me know.
So if you want to do the, if you're busy with traffic, I can just do a quick Citygate update.
Exactly.
Yeah, just real quick, Councilmember Wilkinson and I met with Citygate, which is the consultant working on our the study for the possible annexation and other options with the Tiburon Fire Protection District. They were the first, it was a meeting with us after doing some preliminary work to get our perspective and go through the financial and operational side as Belvedere sees it. They're going to continue with their analysis with Tiburon as well as LAFCO. And timing looks like the beginning of the fourth quarter to get a first review and hopefully get some findings by the end of the year. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
I'll just, we had our monthly Bay Area sea level rise meeting as well as a steering committee meeting. And no actions were taken at those meetings, but it's a forum to continue to educate the broader community in terms of the risks and opportunities for adaptation planning.
Thank you.
I will just report on our Yellow Bus Challenge firstly, which is the bus program for the Reed Union School District. So passes went on sale a couple of weeks ago. Record sales levels, many of those routes have already sold out. So I would encourage any parent who wants their children to ride the school bus next year to purchase those passes as soon as possible. We have a number of routes coming through Belvedere. And I think everyone was at the meeting with Tiburon last week, but I'll just provide a sort of summary update of that. We had understood with the Caltrans maintenance project for Tiburon Boulevard that the bike lanes had been, Caltrans had suspended the bike lanes and was going to reevaluate that part of the project between Trestle Glen and Blackfield Drive. But at the meeting last week held before the Tiburon Council meeting, they seemed to reverse course and essentially announce that they're going to go ahead with the project as planned with the bike lanes. And there may be at some point in the future a phase 2, which I think we've understood is not funded, to come back and try and fix all of the safety and transit and traffic issues that project creates. Obviously for the city of Belvedere and the Tiburon Traffic Alliance, which I sit on, which is the Yellow Bus Agency, that's a deeply disappointing outcome, and we hope that there might still be some movement on that to have those bike lanes removed between that section, but we're not really clear as to what the next steps might be.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, was there a comment? I met with Mark Brown, who's the Executive Officer of Marin Wildfire. This is a group that's funded with a parcel tax that oversees all of the Marin jurisdiction fire districts except Belvedere and Tiburon. And I learned about how it supports each fire district and the resources and benefits provided to each of the communities. Because it's a parcel tax, the next time that it goes out to the public is in 2028. So if it becomes something we're interested in looking at, we will have an opportunity at that point. I also attended a quarterly lunch of the Southern Marin mayors and city managers organized by our supervisor, Stephanie Moulton Peters. And these informal gatherings provide opportunities to share information among our neighboring cities. I also attended the special meeting mentioned by Vice Mayor Wilkinson. And I would just say that there was a lot of public comment from the Greenwood Beach Road people, and it seems that their issues should be able to be addressed, I think, by the town of Tiburon primarily. But more concerning is the, as noted, the bus stops being unsafe for children to get on the bus, get off the bus, and wait for the bus. So I do hope that it became clear to them that this was something that couldn't wait to phase 2 and should be included in phase 1, no matter what happens. So we'll keep going on that one. Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments about council reports given so far? Anyone on Zoom?
Mayor Cooper, I see none.
Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Oh, sure.
So just after Sally's report and your report, and I also attended that meeting on the Caltrans project. And obviously they did not take to heart the safety issues around the school bus and children. And does it make sense that we send another formal letter in protest to not having that addressed?
I mean, I think we're all confused as to exactly what the next steps are, honestly. My understanding is that Tiburon may be considering this at their next council meeting to write a letter to Caltrans. And I don't know what their council opinion is on these bike lanes, but we're not clear as to what happens next. We seem to have understood that they're planning to move ahead as designed. So given that we've written twice and they haven't listened, we can try, but.
Well, I think also one of the city council members of Tiburon made a big plug for Caltrans to meet with the stakeholders. And so he was making the plug, you haven't met with Tiburon Town Council. And there was follow-up. I followed up with a letter about Belvedere also being brought into any meetings, as well as the school district and all the other stakeholders. So I did follow up with an email to our supervisor who was there and sitting up at the podium with the Tiburon Town Council. So I can easily continue to follow up with her and make sure that our concerns aren't forgotten.
Can I add one extra point, actually? Because the thing that I think got missed in this conversation so far is that Complete Streets, which is what they're using as the reason for adding these bike lanes, Complete Streets is actually a Caltrans policy to prioritize pedestrians, bikers, and transit, and actually gives priority to transit. And so it's just a mystery as to why they have given so much status to bikers and bike lanes over the essential needs of school children getting to school on yellow buses. And it's just a mystery as to why that hierarchy seems to have been inverted in relation to this project.
And certainly you would not want pedestrians walking on those bike paths along Tiburon Boulevard. So Vice Mayor Wilkinson is correct. It's a very, very confusing decision that they've made. And they have been called out on it. So anyway, okay. Can we move on to the city manager report, please?
Mayor Cooper?
Oh.
I apologize. We had a late hand raised. if
okay.
That's okay. We have Mr. Rothman.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Rothman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. With respect to the fire prevention that Mayor Cooper commented on, I would remind the council that we already had the chance to join that larger district.
Oh,
However,
you're talking about the Marin wildfire. Okay, sorry.
but at that time, the council decided not to, very wisely, because we were already paying the Tiburon Fire Protection District, who hired their own inspector to do for Tiburon and Belvedere what the wildfire people were going to do for the rest of the county. So the council, I believe quite wisely, said, since we already have the service that they would provide, and since we're already paying for it, why should we have a district where we're going to have to pay more money when we're already getting the service that we're paying for now? So just to call your mind back to what actually happened at that time, so I would just think that unless the Tiburon Fire Protection District decides to eliminate its own fire inspection services, that there would be no reason for Belvedere and Tiburon to consider paying extra money for the county service. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, city manager report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Cooper. I'll go ahead and start off by highlighting that the city's housing element has been updated in response to HCD's January comment letter. A red line version of the revised document is available on the city's website soon. To improve clarity, the most recent updates developed through informal consultation with HCD staff are highlighted in yellow in that document. They'll be distinguished from previous revisions. Thankfully, HCD has indicated its informal approval of the proposed revisions, signaling that the changes address all remaining issues raised in the January letter. The updated draft will be available for public review for a 7-day period, and we appreciate the community's continued engagement in this important process. We will share additional updates as the housing element moves forward with final certification. A big thanks to Rebecca and the City Council Working Group for getting us this far and to this point. It's a major accomplishment. On the topic of housing, the city has received a signed cost recovery agreement and deposits for the Mallard Point project. The city attorney and I will be reviewing the plan and those documents assigned later this week. This will allow us to move forward with the review of the various building permits for the demolition, the bulkhead, and infrastructure plans that were submitted earlier this year. Additionally, last week, the city received the Affordable Housing Agreement, the Affordable Housing Regulatory Agreement, and the Subdivision Improvement Agreement from the same developer. All these documents will be posted on the city's website later this week, and city staff and our outside consultants will begin reviewing all submitted items, hopefully by the end of this week or very soon after. In other news, Caltrans again is set to activate adaptive ramp metering lights on US 101 in Marin County, including the northbound on-ramp at Tiburon Boulevard. This metering system, first installed in 2020, will begin operating on Tuesday, June 24th, running Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. The deployment of this part of Caltrans's broader rollout of adaptive metering along US 101 followed success in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. Ramp metering is designed to smooth traffic flow, reduce congestion, improve merging safety, lower vehicle emissions, and deliver more reliable travel times by dynamically controlling vehicle entry onto the freeway based on real-time traffic conditions. The meters at the 101 interchange operate during peak afternoon and early evening periods to alleviate backups and improve mainline 101 throughput. Unfortunately for us, I think it means it could also mean for additional delays getting into and out of Belvedere. Public Works is going to be working with Tiburon and Mill Valley, and will be monitoring traffic conditions with Caltrans during this program rollout. So again, thanks for your continued patience as this gets implemented. Unfortunately, much like the bike lane project, we don't have much say in this. Moving on, I'd like to make the community aware that the city recently experienced a cybersecurity incident at City Hall. Upon discovery, we took immediate action to secure our network, protect city data, and began the restoration process. We also initiated an investigation into the cause and scope of the incident, and a professional third-party forensic firm has been engaged to assist us. As our forensic firm has been engaged and moves forward, we'll continue to enhance our security measures to help protect city data that's in our care. We want our residents to know that Belvedere places a high value on maintaining the integrity and the security of digital information, and we continue to keep the public's best interest in mind. Fortunately, police and City Hall operations have continued, and each city division experienced only minor setbacks. City Hall hours of operation haven't been impacted, but if you have any questions, please reach out to myself or the Finance Director, Helga Cotter, for information. And then finally, for any residents or public tuning into tonight's meeting, I wanted to highlight that there are a number of public hearing events this evening, several of which relate to the city's spending on fire services. They are routine, they're typical items that come every year, and they're primarily there to ensure that the fees we charge are correct and that the county of Marin can collect and distribute the fire tax for next year. Helga will be jumping into these later on and provide more details, but I just wanted to alert everyone to that. That's all I have this evening, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. That was a great report. Does anyone have questions?
I do, just quick.
Councilmember Mark?
Thank you, Robert. You've mentioned in the past that the city will hire an independent building official to manage the Mallard Point project at some point. Do you have a sense of when in the process you think that will be most beneficial to the city?
Yeah, Rebecca and I were discussing that one earlier. Do you want to jump? Okay.
I think once we have those agreements signed and we do have the checks, once we start actually processing the project here, I will jump into that, looking for an independent consultant to help us with the managing of that project. So very soon we'll be starting.
Anyone else have questions? I just had one question on the housing element. So I think you said it's up for the public review. Do we send it to HCD following that public review?
That's my understanding after a 7-day period. Yes.
We're hoping we'll have it up for public review by the end of the day tomorrow.
Okay, and then it would
then-
be a week. So
Yep.
we're hoping to send it out end of next week or something like
Yes.
that.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, great. That's exciting to hear.
Very
Fourth-
exciting.
Fourth time a charm, maybe? Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments about the city manager's lengthy report? No? Okay, is there anyone on Zoom?
I see none.
Okay, thank you, and thank you. I appreciated that report. It was thorough. We now move on to item 7C, which is a presentation from Jean Della Zoppa from the Mill Valley Refuse Service, and please come up. Welcome back.
Council, my name is Jean Della Zoppa from Mill Valley Refuse Service. Purpose of the
Can you make sure your microphone is
There we
green?
go.
Yeah, there you go.
Testing. All right. The purpose of me being here today is that we're requesting a CPI-based adjustment of 2.8% for the solid waste collection rates effective July 1st, 2025. Now, this proposed adjustment is below the city's 5-year average rate increase of 3.51%. So within our contract, we're still operating within our contractual limits and margins. And for the standard customer, this increase amounts to $2.01 per month. And the purpose of the increase is to ensure fair driver wages per our union contract, and also for insurance coverages that we're experiencing increases, and uninterrupted service and compliance with state and local mandates. So in general, we want to keep pace with rising labor costs and insurance costs while maintaining a high level of service for all our Belvedere customers. Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? Happy to answer any.
I was curious, how do you measure customer satisfaction?
That's a great question. So internally,
Thank you.
when we handle customer data that's coming into our system, where we really assess if we assess if service isn't being completed, because when it's not being completed, typically a customer will reach out to us saying, hey, we have a missed pickup. So that's part of our KPIs that we do track internally. And also if there's any exceptions to service, right? Was the street blocked? Did we follow it up? Is it happening on a consistent basis? If we do see issues with dual stream sorting, if it happens more than I would say the medium, we'll reach out to the customer to see if there's more that we can do. I do think though that there are opportunities for us to get more customer outreach in terms of how we are doing. Personally, I appreciate constructive feedback because I see it as ways that we can improve our service.
Maybe just one follow-up question. So generally, how would you say customers rate?
Oh, I would say high. We
High.
have high satisfaction levels amongst our customers. part of like one of the things with solid waste, we will hear it if we are not picking up things as intended. I do think though that there are still opportunities for us to keep sharing more of the diversion metrics that we are doing when it comes to hauling all of our materials.
Great. Thanks very much.
Hello.
Hi.
I am one of your satisfied customers. I always marvel at them backing up down our street and putting our bins in exactly the right place. So thank you for that. The question I have, which I've asked before, but food scraps now are meant to go in your green bin with your
Yes.
garden waste. My sense is that still that very few people do that, and I know I'm still guilty sometimes of throwing things in the regular waste. How are you monitoring that, and are you seeing progress on that side?
So we do accept food waste being mixed in with the yard waste. So that portion still goes to WMRF Care. How we are monitoring it, a lot of it has to do with labeling on all our carts. We do send out a newsletter where it is going to disclose SB 1383. And we are trying to partner with Zero Waste Marin when it comes to keep building up awareness when it comes to source separation, especially with compost. I do think for high volume restaurants or high volume areas, there's more avenues where we can improve when it comes to food waste. I think in general, there just needs to be as much compliance and education outreach when it comes to, making sure food scraps go to the right bin.
But do you ever actively reach out to just residential customers who throw all of their food waste in the regular trash?
Yes, when we set up, so for instance, we set up kind of like a new restaurant where we know it's going to be high volume. We do try to educate the staff on source separation. I think in general, what we're trying to do is we're trying to kind of partner with nonprofit organizations where they offer even more outreach when it comes to reducing carbon footprint. I think with regards to our website, we do a pretty good job with trying to explain to customers what goes where. We might be doing more outreach, I think, with email, trying to kind of get away from, mailed newsletters. Any other like insights like that, I'm happy to kind of follow up with you to kind of show what we're doing when it comes to food scrap diversion.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Jean, good to see you again. Two questions, and maybe one is with Robert. It seems like we just saw you recently, which is great. I mean, we always appreciate these updates. Is this 2.5 different from the most recent one, or is it the annual increase, or is it for something different?
This is a CPI-based adjustment, so this is separate from last year's rate increase.
And was it last year when we did it?
Yeah, last year was more of a detailed review. With
Okay.
respects to the CPI-based adjustment, we adjust the rates. The purpose of me being here is to be transparent, to let you guys know, like, hey, we're adjusting the rates. This is the reasons why. Yeah.
So that just happens. We don't need a resolution to do that. It just
Correct.
happens
Yeah,
on their end.
this is not an action item. They're
Got it.
within the contractual limits of what they can increase on
Okay.
on an annual basis for CPI. Yep.
Thank you. And follow up on Sally's question about the composting. In your outreach, it would be great to let residents or your customers know what sort of intermediate bin options they have before it goes out to the green bin, because that last mile, people don't know how to do that necessarily.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And I also think internally, we want to kind of share how Belvedere is performing as a service area with respect to our neighboring jurisdictions. Because I think if we effectively show it the data, hey, this is what the source separation is doing, and also volume capacity metrics to kind of show like, hey, we have 32-gallon bin, but we also have 64-gallon for recycling, 64-gallon for compost. So we're having more, we want people to fill up those bins more than the trash bin. I think there's a lot of things that we can do with the data that perhaps maybe in the future, we can kind of do more of like a public presentation just to get the residents more actively involved. I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
I know that oftentimes along the lines of these questions, people are, I guess you call it contaminating
Yes.
the different trash bins there. So I know that in the public areas, it's really hard, even with all those pictures, they must be very difficult. And someone asked me, do you actually really sort those in the public areas? Or do they wind up all going together and then you resort them at the facility?
This is a great question. So with public city cans, we do face a lot of higher levels of contamination, especially in high traffic areas. I will say that we are revising our procedures with this so that we can accurately communicate with the town with regards to the contamination. A lot of our drivers are trained to adequately go through the material. And if it is clean, we're going to make sure that that goes into the right truck. But
Okay.
there are going to be instances where we deal with high volumes of contamination and we have to provide our service and fulfill our obligations. I think with public city cans, it's one of those things where we're going to have to keep monitoring it and probably provide more information. Probably need to track when we do see higher bouts of contamination. But we are actively looking into that in accordance with SB 1383 with route reviews and ensuring the right materials get placed in the right bins.
And do you ever see that you'll actually be able to take more of the things that you haven't been able to take, say, like milk containers that are made from, that state that they're made from 98% recyclable versus the milk containers that aren't? Or those boxes rather than the plastic takeout. I know people are always, everybody wants to recycle, but then you get overly enthusiastic because you don't want to use your garbage can.
Yeah, this is a great question. We work diligently with the Marin Resource Recovery Center. So we want to make sure that we're aligned with what we accept versus what also the MRF accepts. One of the changes that actually went into effect just recently is plastic clamshells. In the past, we wouldn't be able to take those. Now the MRF is able to take those.
Oh.
So I do think over time, the materials being accepted is going to be more ironed out due to SB 54. And it's going to require a lot of outreach and just ensuring that producers are making materials that can be properly recycled. A lot of it is the development of these end markets. And recycling, it's very, very challenging. But you know, with compost, though, with the technologies in place that we have available to us, that's been a proven effective model when it comes to recycling, organics recycling. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Are any other questions from the council? Okay, then I'll open this up to our public here. Does anyone have any questions regarding Mill Valley Refuse and the report given tonight? I don't see anyone. Anyone on Zoom?
Mr. Rothman.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Rothman.
Hello again.
Hello.
The garbage situation is very murky. I'm very glad that they're finally taking the thermoform clamshells. It's one of the most ubiquitous plastics that you see. Some people even get what's called live lettuce at the supermarket, and it comes in these clear clamshells. And for at least 3 years, Marin Sanitary, which is where we take it, the recycling, they were able to, they did have a place where they were sending it to be recycled into tiles for roofs. At any rate, there was some sort of dissociation between Mill Valley Refuse and Marin Sanitary, because Mill Valley Refuse kept saying, you can't put it in the bin. And I would speak to Justin Wilcock up at Marin Sanitary, and he says, oh, we have a market for it. We bail it separately and we're getting paid for it. So there are things that are, well, to put it mildly, murky. I'm so glad that now finally one of the most ubiquitous forms of plastic that were previously going to the landfill will be recycled. One thing about the green cans, and I think we should be aware that if we were not putting garbage in the green cans, those cans would only have to be picked up once every 2 weeks. The only reason that they're picked up every week is not because there's too much green waste, it's because there's a state law that requires that if you have food scraps and things, it has to be picked up every week. So now we have every week pickup for 2 of the things, the regular garbage cans and the green waste. I'm not saying it's not worth the recycling of the food in the green barrel, but there is a downside to it because they have to double the number of pickups because of the state law when we put the food waste in the green barrel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the green cans also take all the green leaves and
Yeah.
yard debris. So
Yeah.
certainly mine gets full.
We,
Um,
in the 90s, we used to do bi-weekly with
Okay.
compost. We've transitioned to weekly because of the demand levels of it. But
Okay,
yeah,
great.
cool.
Okay, well, thanks again so much for coming. It's always interesting and enlightening, and we're all excited about the plastic clamshells. So that's great.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks,
Really
Jean.
appreciate it.
Okay, so our next item is the consent calendar. The consent calendar consists of items that are considered to be non-controversial unless any item is specifically removed by any member of the council, staff, or public. The consent calendar will be adopted in one motion. Council will take public comment on all items on the consent calendar when the calendar is called. Do any council members have a question on any of the items in the consent calendar or want to pull anything? Okay, does anyone here in the public have an item they wanted to pull from the consent calendar? Anyone on Zoom?
I see none.
Okay, then can I please have a motion to adopt items 8A through 8H?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I just have one comment about the e-bike ordinance, which is I'm hoping we can do a lot of PR and messaging on this topic. And I'm not sure who's going to be in charge of that, but
Yeah, we work at the county and they're leading the effort, but we're piggybacking on that.
okay, so we'll follow up with them and
Yes.
get information. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, on to public hearings. Our first hearing is 9A. This is 9A. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the project located at 333 Bella Vista. I was just going to say that this item, to let everyone understand the proceeding, that the council takes each of these appeals very seriously. We study the staff report, the planning commission's deliberations, listen to the appellant's arguments, and treat each application individually. So with that, could we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Cooper and council members. For your consideration this evening is an appeal of the Planning Commission decision made on May 20th, 2025, granting design review and conditional use permit approval for the property located at 333 Bella Vista Avenue. On May 20th, 2025, the Planning Commission considered design review and use permit applications to construct a 1,200 square foot detached accessory dwelling unit. The project required a conditional use permit and design review because the proposed ADU exceeded the allowable height of 16 feet. The project proposed a 25-foot tall ADU. During deliberation, the commissioners were generally supportive of the project. There was no public comment on the project. Additionally, no neighbors or members of the public presented the Planning Commission with any objections to the project as proposed. The commission voted to approve the design review and conditional use permit with 4 yes votes and 1 commissioner was absent. As part of its final approval, the Planning Commission added the following conditions. The height of the structure shall be reduced by 2 feet so that it is 23 feet in height from grade. And the final landscape plan shall be reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission Chair and Director with an additional landscaping added to the north side of the ADU to provide screening. In its initial appeal, the appellants focused on the condition of approval regarding the height of the structure, stating that the Planning Commission's imposition of this condition, quote, was arbitrary, inconsistent with the Belvedere Municipal Code, inconsistent with the Planning Commission staff's analysis and recommendation, and inconsistent with the neighbor and community concerns, of which there was none. In further correspondence received, the appellants amended their appeal to also object to the Planning Commission's second condition regarding the landscaping, but not the portion of the condition that referenced the lighting. Arguments in their appeal, the appellants claim that lowering the height of the project into the existing grade would have several negative impacts, It would require the stairs to go from the existing driveway elevation down to the lowered ADU front door, which would be challenging for the owner's parents, who are the intended occupants of this ADU. It would also require more excavation and removal of existing grade and increase the costs of the project. It would create drainage issues because lowering the height would also result in regrading of that very steep driveway. As discussed in the Planning Commission staff report associated with this project and draft resolution for the council's consideration, staff continues to recommend that all findings can be made for the approval of the design review and conditional use permit for this project. The project minimizes the mass and bulk of the ADU by setting the unit into the hillside and generally within the same location of the home. The primary living area will have a maximum height of 25 feet, which is in character for the large lot and other residences in the neighborhood. The project incorporates visual breaks in the building walls through a variety of building materials and includes a variety of existing landscaping to help soften and screen the new residents. And as designed, the project also respects the privacy of adjacent neighbors by placing the windows away from neighboring buildings. The findings for the conditional use permit can be made because there is no evidence to suggest that the proposed ADU would have detrimental effects. An additional ADU will benefit the public in providing housing and will further the city's progress towards attaining its housing goals outlined in the housing element. In conclusion, staff understands the Planning Commission's desire for additional conditions of approval. However, staff maintains its prior recommendations. Should the council wish to confirm or modify the conditions imposed by the Planning Commission, the council is reminded to detail its findings in support of those conditions. So staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution approving the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision approving the project at 333 Bella Vista Avenue with the removal of conditions of approval regarding height and landscaping. And I am available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions of the planning staff?
I had one question because I got this from somebody in the community. Since it's a conditional use, that's why it can go over the 16 feet. But how high is too high? Like, what would you use? You know, somebody's walking by and they're like, "Oh, that seems like a very tall house." Or, I mean, so what guidance should be used, or would be used, or did you use to determine that 25 was acceptable?
Sure. So, you know, it's not specifically laid out in the code, but you would sort of defer to the underlying zoning district of that property, which is the R15, which has a max height of 28 feet. Now, it's not applicable to ADUs, but if you're looking at it sort of generally in terms of the development pattern on the island, you could defer to that.
So I
Thank
have oh, sorry, you done? Okay, so I have a follow-up to his question.
Sure.
If we follow the R15 code 19.26, does that not mean that they lose all their ADU setbacks for 4 feet and 4 feet?
No, I was just using that as an example for guidance. It's not specifically applicable to this ADU, but if you were sort of generally looking for some development guidance, you could defer to that section of the code.
It seems like we're picking and choosing what we want to look at versus looking at it as what it is that it's over the height, and the reason why it's over the height. I have other questions.
Sure.
So you said in your report, and this might be something more for our legal counsel, is that we can modify the resolution that's before us. If the city council chooses to deny the appeal, are we able to also modify that approval to a denial?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part again about, so if we deny the appeal?
Okay, so the appeal or the resolution that's before us tonight is an approval of the appeal. And if city council, I believe, chooses to modify the appeal, we're able to do that. But if city council determines to deny the appeal, are we able to take that resolution before us tonight for approval and change it into a denial?
Yes, thank you for clarifying the question. My apologies for
No, no.
misunderstanding. Yes, certainly the council can take a different direction with this matter altogether. And certainly staff can incorporate any direction or findings or conclusions that council wants to share tonight about how arrived at the decision. The final version of the resolution, depending on how extensive it is, the changes, it could be delegated to a member of council to work with staff on sort of further refinement, or we could bring them back on consent. So we have a lot of different options, again, depending on how far the council wishes to go with resolution tonight.
Okay, great. Thank
Sure.
you. The next question I have is that the applicant stated on my site visit that the story poles were incorrect for the clear story. It didn't outline the clear story, it outlined the whole structure. He stated, or they stated that the height was correct, but it was just the width. And well, more than the width and the length, because it doesn't go over the full structure. Has that been confirmed?
I have not talked to the applicant about that. It would seem that if they're showing the total height with all of those story pools, that it would appear larger than what it's actually going to be, right? As long as that height is denoted. The total height would appear larger, right? Because the clear story pop out doesn't take up the entirety of the total footprint of the structure.
So normally the story poles, if they're incorrect, have to be corrected. At this point, we're not going to require that because it goes above and beyond versus being
Yeah.
under.
Yes, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's to their detriment to show more than what's there.
Okay, and I just wanted to confirm that in your staff report, you said the codes that we should evaluate this appeal with are the Title 20.04 and Title 19.80. Those are the codes that we're supposed to be applying to the appeal.
That is correct. The findings need to be made for design review as well as a conditional use permit.
Okay, and since they went over beyond the ministerially approved ADU that is in 19.79, that they had to come for just a full 20.04 design review.
Yes.
Okay. And-
Right, because they're deviating from the ADU section of the code, that last clause in the ADU code states that a conditional use permit is required as well as design review. So it's the findings that you look at for the conditional use permit as well as the findings for design review
Okay.
in chapter 20.
And I think also in your report, I don't have it highlighted exactly, but you stated that the regulatory agreement is signed prior to final.
Yes.
So my question is that they're being given a permission, approval to build an ADU that requires the regulatory agreement. And in the applicant's statement, he made one statement that just sort of sounded a little bell in my head. And that is that he intends to sign the regulatory agreement. And so I'm just cautious from previous projects that stated one direction in the beginning, we're giving approval and then change the course down the road. Not that these people would ever do that, but I'm just wondering if having that regulatory, I don't know, that might be a legal question, a regulatory agreement at the time of final, or if it should be signed sooner than that. I mean, kind of like with the deed restriction, it's done at time of permit.
I think the intention of that is we will not give them a final building permit approval until the regulatory agreement is initiated. It's in the regulatory agreement. I can talk to Andrew about. We can,
I mean,
Amend it if
I
needed,
would never
yeah.
do something to a project that's before us, but I think
Yeah.
it's something that
we can look
should
at
be
it.
looked at and maybe thought through a little bit better
Sure,
with
yeah.
experience that has come before us.
Maybe prior to building permit issuance would be better language.
So,
Yeah,
okay,
we can change it for sure.
those were my questions.
Thank
For clarity.
Councilmember Mark, any questions? Okay, I have, go
Just a
ahead.
clarification for the council. If you want to flip between A 1.2 and A 2.3, that shows the story pole differential and how they're oversizing the story poles relative to the structure.
A 1.2 and A 1.3.
Versus 2.3. That's northern part of it is lower than what the historical show.
Oh, I see. You're saying A 1.2 is wrong.
No, A 1.2 is wrong. There
Right.
should have been intermediate story poles further down in the plan where number 1 and number 5 are.
Oh, okay,
They just put them higher in the plan and it's showing that roof structure larger than it really is.
got it.
But as Director Markowitz said, it's to their detriment, so it wasn't necessary to correct.
Okay, thank you. I had a question about the design review standard preservation of existing site conditions. And if you could explain a meaning sort of in general what that is. I know it mentions a tree removal, bushes, and steep hillside. I think cut and fill is mentioned in it, but I didn't feel like I understood what it was really getting at. Is there a specific or average number of truckloads that is considered okay under this, or an average that isn't? How do you judge this as a design review standard?
When we look at this design review finding, we look at cut and fill primarily, and we really look at it, it's project specific, right? If you're
Okay.
building an ADU versus a 8,000 square foot home, you're gonna have different, it's like apples to oranges. And so we try to look at a balance of the cut and fill. And I did, as well as preservation of existing landscaping. So in this case, they are preserving the existing landscaping. I did talk to the architect. They were able to talk to their civil. They think their cut and fill is on balance. They might have to take off a couple, few yards of cut, but because they're digging into that hillside, they can use that fill. But the architect can sort of expand more
Oh,
on
okay.
that,
I'll ask-
But in terms
okay.
of the finding, that's how we evaluate projects. And we don't have a specific number
Okay,
because it's so different for each project.
okay. Very unhelpful, thank you.
Anytime.
So I think I understood all the rest, that
Right.
that we are to be looking at this, that an ADU, this ADU, even though it's not ministerial, still has a maximum square footage of the 1,200 square feet. That's not debatable. And that it's a normal ADU maximum height is 16 feet. And because this one is over, it now requires this conditional use permit, which has these requirements that we have to judge.
Correct. I would
Okay.
just say a normal ADU, that's detached.
I meant
not-
ministerial ADU.
Yeah. Half
Right.
mile transit. There's a couple of ministerial approaches.
Right,
but In this case, yes.
okay. Okay, thank you. So I will now open the public hearing and invite up the appellants and/or representative. And you will have 10 minutes to present your information.
Maybe I'll just address a couple of the comments quickly before getting to the prepared comments. First on the regulatory agreement, I mean, if we get an outcome that we're okay with today, I sign it tonight. That was not trying to be tricky with the wording. I just haven't even been presented the agreement to sign. I think we were settled on the story poles being to our detriment. And then on the sort of how high is too high by Kevin, I have some thoughts on that are somewhat similar to Rebecca's that informed how we thought about the the design. So first, thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal. Thanks for, if you had the chance to review our memo, thank you for that as well. We realize it was lengthy, but the conditions attached to approval of our proposed design were problematic for us. And we wanted to provide you as much context as possible for your review. Thank you as well for several of you visiting the site over the weekend. We found the visits helpful and the feedback helpful. Hopefully you found it worthwhile as well. I'll elaborate on a few points from our memo, and then Sean can touch on some of the architectural points. So first, I know the review is de novo, but we did want to emphasize that we believe the conditions imposed on our project were not evidence-based and were not consistent with the code. The Planning Commission was required to analyze specific requirements of the code, make findings in relation to the use permit and design review criteria, and justify those findings and any resulting conditions based on evidence in the record. And in our opinion, the Planning Commission failed in all three respects there. So we ask that you review it de novo with an open mind and without consideration to the prior conclusions given these deficiencies. And then second, I want to say, none of the concerns raised during the Planning Commission hearing were raised to us in advance of the hearing or to our architect. And had the commission done so, I know it's not required, but had they done so, we could have engaged with those concerns in our prepared remarks. We could have possibly explored a mutually acceptable solution. And certainly our response in the hearing and Sean's comments would have been much different, as you can tell from the fact that we're appealing, had we been afforded more than a few minutes to react to very substantial changes to our proposed design. Moving to our project, so the code outlines specific criteria for design review and use permit approvals. As best we can tell, the height and screening conditions seemingly related to the requirements of design review associated with minimizing mass and bulk. Importantly, though, section 20.04.130, minimizing bulk and mass, part A of the code has very specific requirements. And the specific words and construction of this provision of the code are important. Notably, the criteria of finding for a finding of excessive mass and bulk is a relative one, not an absolute one. We see no evidence that our design is, quote, monumental or excessively large in a way that is, quote, out of character with its setting, given the steep slope of our site and given the ADU is barely visible from the street or from neighboring properties. The design is also consistent with the character of other dwellings in the neighborhood as required by the code, while, quote, relating to and fitting in with other structures in the neighborhood. As the commission staff noted in Exhibit A of the proposed resolution, our proposed structure is, quote, modest compared to others on heavily sloping lots and will be softened by existing landscaping. We see no evidence to support an alternative finding. To your question, Kevin, we also understand we are one of the first applicants to apply for a height-related use permit for an ADU. So the precedent that approval of our project might set for future ADU development is top of mind. First, the provisions of the code relating to design review and use permits make no reference to whether a proposed design is consistent with precedent or whether approval of a proposed design would set a desirable precedent. If the city wishes to set such a policy, I think that's totally reasonable, but there are proper channels to set policy, and this is not it. Second, California law has consistently made clear that municipal land use decisions do not establish any legal precedent. So a decision permitting a 25-foot height for our ADU does not bind the hands of the city in a legal way in any future ADU applications. But we also acknowledge that from your site visits that precedent is top of mind for the council as a practical matter. And we contend that our proposed design sets a very sensible precedent. And we were mindful of this in developing our proposal, while we feel like the height reduction condition set an arbitrary precedent. So one point that we considered in developing our design was that while it is a detached ADU, it complies with the 25-foot height limit for attached ADUs and is well below the 36-foot limit for new structures in the R15 zone on lots with a slope as steep as ours. These limits are more guideposts given our project is a detached ADU, but we look to these limits, particularly the 25-foot limit for attached ADUs, as sanity checks on the reasonableness of our proposed height. We think it is sensible and appropriate for the council to look to the height limit for attached ADUs as a framework for setting precedent for height-related exceptions for ADUs on heavily sloped lots. The second point of precedent was our view that a suitable precedent is actually a byproduct of the design review analysis that staff, planning commission, and city council must complete. So if an ADU is above 16 feet in height, and because of its height, it impairs privacy, it attracts neighbor opposition, blocks views, or it's notably taller and out of character with the surrounding structures, then that would be too much height and inconsistent with the design review principles. The precedent that emerges from this criteria and evidence-based approach is still a high hurdle. If none of these negative aspects, and that hurdle is that if none of these negative aspects of a design are present by virtue of its height, then the height is reasonable. We think this is a sensible framework for thinking about precedent and one that also aligns with the requirements of the code and our proposed height. Lastly, I want to abstract out a little bit. The city needs a significant amount of ADUs to comply with the housing element. If Belvedere is to actually achieve the amount of ADUs that it forecasts and avoid less desirable development in the city practically will need to adopt an accommodating posture towards reasonable ADU proposals that require use permits. So is our proposal reasonable? We have put forth a project that has been universally praised for the aesthetics and architecture. The current design facilitates aging in place and minimizes the very significant construction and engineering costs associated with the design that is more dug into the slope of our property. The elevated ceiling heights and natural light brought in by the clear story windows enhance the livability of the ADU for my parents, which is important given the limited square footage of the structure. And a shortened design with no clear story windows would only receive natural light from one side of the structure in the main living space. And given the location of our lot, the sun shines from that direction for a relatively brief period of the day. Our proposed ADU site is also tucked away from view. The height and mass are consistent with surrounding structures. The height and mass are consistent with and reflective of the topography and slope of our lot. Our project does not have any adverse effect on privacy, on views, or any more general negative impacts on the community or our neighbors. And no member of the community has expressed any concerns about our project, including the amount of screening or the proposed height. If any of these things were not true, conditions limiting or the height or requiring additional screening would be entirely reasonable. But given the facts and circumstances of our project, the conditions the Planning Commission imposed practically accomplish nothing except that they make the project less desirable for us. The height and screening conditions introduce needless friction for a project that ultimately helps the city's goals, harms no one, and satisfies the requirements of the code as a technical matter. And for those reasons, we respectfully request that you approve our design as proposed.
Okay. I do have a presentation I was going to pull up. Can I have a minute? I had to bring a flash drive for it because I know the internet's down. I'll be quick though. Okay, so. Okay, I'm Sean Bailey. I'm the project architect. Thanks to Rebecca and Dan for hitting a lot of the important notes. Thanks to the council for hearing us tonight. I know we got to move quick here, but quick project goals. I think aging in place was a big part of it. This is a house that's going to be full-time lived in by Dan's parents. And I know people are using these ADUs in a lot of different ways, and this is one that's going to be lived in full-time. One of the big goals, sort of preservation of the beautiful trees on the property. So this slide shows that
It seemed to be a very logical place for that. We're not proposing any removed trees, and it was really the only part of the site that allowed us to do that. The site topography is probably the biggest challenge and why we're asking for this height variance. The green existing lawn there was cut in, I think about 10 years ago, and it cuts in about 4 feet below natural grade. And so when you extrapolate that up for the 16-foot height limit, it's extremely challenging. The other big condition is the driveway itself. We're trying to avoid any big excavation of the driveway for drainage reasons and just for cut fill and earthwork movement. The slope of the site is almost 40% through here, and this slide shows if you take that 16-foot height plane, not that much of the house itself is actually beyond it. So hopefully this graphic kind of shows that majority of it would be within the 16-foot. I'll skip materials, but a quick comment, the original house was designed by Daniel Gale. He was a really well-known architect. It was his own house, and it has trying to create a design that was harmonious with what we think is really beautiful design on the main house was a big part of this. So we're trying to use some of the shingles that are on the main house and some of the exposed beams. And then I think with that, I'll open it up to questions because I know we're out of time here. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the appellant or the architect?
I do. So the Planning Commission asked for a 2-foot height restriction. They weren't necessarily asking for the whole structure to be lowered 2 feet. So in the meeting, you stated that you felt 12 inches was quite doable, 18 inches would probably be okay, the 2 feet might be more difficult. Have you taken any time to see what exactly would be possible to do a reduction without lowering the structure and causing higher construction costs? Because I don't think that was the intention of the Planning Commission it was talked about, but definitely infeasible.
Yeah, really, really fair question. So we did go back, we talked to our structural engineers about if we could make the roof assembly less deep itself. And it was already, other than the introduction of a bunch of steel or something just crazy, I don't think we're able to get any thickness out of that. I think the other important note on that is that the clear story, I think it was appreciated, the architecture of it and how it ties in. If you take that down to a foot or something, it doesn't really have the same effect. It doesn't bring light in the same way. There's also a lower roof that you have to worry about kind of waterproofing. So we did look at all this. And I think the third sort of challenge is the driveway itself, pushing that down. So in response, we did look at all that and we talked to our civil on the cut fill. And I think right now we're pretty well balanced on that if we have a typical crawl space, which is our intention. So pushing the house down 2 feet is going to create more off-haul as far as the cubic yards that need to come out. So I think as Dan alluded to, maybe didn't have as much time to analyze all those different considerations when it was brought up in the last hearing. And I do think it's more of a challenge than I had suspected once we kind of talked to all the engineers involved.
So the 16-inch fascia that's on the top of the clear story, there's no way to reduce that. I mean, the applicant told me the reason why they wanted that wider fascia was so that it matched the house's wider fascia.
Yeah, it's really a product of, it's a 12-inch for the structure, and then the roofing itself to drain it adds about 4 inches. So you very quickly get to the 16. It's also, we always want thinner roofs, and it's just really hard to do as far as insulation values. And so I think 16 is reasonably about as thin as we can get it on this with the spans.
So you weren't able to come up with any solution to find a compromise of any type that would allow any type of lowering of the height in any way, fashion, shape?
Yeah, so we definitely looked at those alternatives. I think was that, one, I just practically don't see how a design, this was part of our issue with the first planning commission decision is practically, I don't see how 2 feet makes a difference from the criteria in the code. Certainly we could reduce the height, but it's not, in our perspective, it's not something that the code requires. If our project satisfies the code, then code specifies that we can proceed with our design. So something we looked at, and we've looked at much taller designs, we've looked at designs that were buried into the hill, and this was really the design that balanced all the elements that were important to us.
So even if the approval could not be made for the full 25 feet, you would abandon the project?
I don't know if I would say that, but again, I kind of don't see the it's a little bit of a circular argument because
Okay, so I'll move on. So let's see. The question I visited, the question I have around the landscaping is that when we were there, when I was there, there's a skinny little maple tree that's coming out.
yes,
Yes.
it's like this tall, and it's the one next to it, which is removed because it's diseased. So yes, that will have to be removed, but it's literally this tall.
It's taller than, that's taller than me. The tree is taller than me.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not.
I mean, it's not a gigantic maple tree. It's a small tree, but it is a tree that's coming out.
I honestly did not think we had any. I didn't know that one was on the survey. Maybe it's just very small diameter, but.
I mean, we're happy to replace it.
So, so the question is that when I was standing there looking at the project, and where the story poles were, that most of that hillside is sort of natural vegetation, weeds, whatever. And but then down at the lower section, on the same level, I believe, as the grass area, there's some plants. I don't know what kind of plants they are. They're the ones with the big purple cone that you see like on Tiburon Boulevard down there, that are like right where the construction is going to take place. So are you sure that there's no other vegetation that's going to come out during that construction project?
I don't know that I said there was no vegetation coming out or talking about trees. We have no intent to remove anything other than where the house footprint is being placed.
No, I mean,
Understand
we
your
get
question,
earth movers in and things, little plants get, destroyed. So,
I think also on a net basis, we would have more landscaping because one of the elements of the project, one of the concerns or one of the things we considered was screening for the concrete foundation of the structure, which will obviously entail installing landscaping. So, I mean, I've done the math on it, but like on a net basis, I would assume we're going to end up with as much landscaping, if not more, from a vegetation perspective.
so because that brings up my next comment, that actually on your one of your pages here, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, A04. You show quite a bit of vegetation that you're putting in. I just asked that because, you've requested in your appeal that the request for a landscape plan be removed when obviously you are going to be doing some landscaping.
The genesis of asking for that provision to be removed was in part that it was very non-specific. It was not clear to us if that meant we could plant small plants and let them grow over time, or if we had to bring in mature trees that were thousands and thousands of dollars. It wasn't clear to us, and it still is not clear whether that was a privacy motivated concern based on some of the comments of the commissioners in the hearing, or whether that was a mass and bulk related concern. I think from our vantage point, we want, and my parents want, to have ample privacy for themselves. I think the property looks better with more landscaping in general.
So you just had a misinterpretation of what was being asked of you. You didn't quite understand what they were asking.
I don't think it was specified what they're asking, because at least the transcript of the hearing was that there was no specification of, again, like mature trees, new trees, to what extent, and what the motivation, what the findings were, what the evidence associated with those findings was.
I would maybe add too, I think we are not typically asked for landscape for the ADU with this permit process. It sounds like if it would appease people that we could provide that as a condition. I think that's fair. I think what Dan was trying to unpack is, yeah, it felt a little vague, the condition, but if it was something that is causing issues, I think we could provide that at building permit, a landscape plan.
Right, the final landscape's always at the end, yeah. Okay, all right, those were my questions.
And Jane, apologies, I did not mention in my comments, but I know you had asked about ensuring that there was some secondary room.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. I told you I would ask it.
We are, I think Sean looked at that. We're, happy to do whatever is reasonable on that.
Yeah, well, I think it's a steep site. We're showing, we don't have structural engineering done yet. We don't know our foundation depths. So we kind of generically show our best guess on that. But it is intended to be a typical crawl space. We are going to do our forced air venting in there, but anything beyond a typical 2.5, 3 foot crawl space is not intended. And in fact, we need to balance cut fill. And so that's, yeah, hopefully that clears up that question.
Okay, thank you. Since you brought up cut and fill, do you have any idea what those numbers might be? And are you keeping the fill on site, or are you cutting and taking it all off and then bring it back?
Yeah, so I had, this came up Friday, and I, again, at ADU, we're not typically asked for this, but that's fine. I did talk to our civil today, and I think our intent is we're cutting at the back, but we would then use that to make it flat crawl space. So that's how we would balance it out. So we would not need to off haul. And he did a quick analysis. He wasn't able to get it finalized by tonight's meeting with the short turnaround. But his analysis is that we could be balanced with the 2.5 foot crawl space and not have to off haul.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think you answered all my questions that I had. Does anyone else have any questions? No? Okay. Then I'll open, thank you very much for the presentation. And I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone here have a question for the appellant or the architect regarding this project? Is there anyone on Zoom?
Mayor Cooper, there are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Actually, does the council have any other questions for staff at this time?
Just a clarification, what Mr. Short and what Sean mentioned at the podium about a landscape plan as a condition of final issuance of a building permit or prior to that. While that's typical for any project, is it typical for an ADU, or is that part of this approval? I'm not talking about the additional condition associated with the landscaping, but a broad landscaping plan.
We don't typically have a single ADU before a planning commission. It's usually with a new single family home. So we would always have a new landscape plan. But no, we do not require landscape plans for ADUs, especially if there are no trees being removed.
But conceivably,
typically.
as the architect mentioned right here, you could request one, especially since there certainly appears to be some replacement. I understand that they're not altering landscaping significantly, but there is some replacement landscaping and there is some intent to, as Councilmember Cabriat pointed out, some intent to further develop the landscaping around the new structure.
Yeah.
So you could ask them to have or require them to have a landscape plan prior to the issuance of building signed off by you and potentially the planning chair.
Yes, and it sounds like the applicant
Yeah.
wants additional
Yeah.
landscaping.
And,
so
and
we could-
if anything, their concern is about the clarity of the landscaping condition, not necessarily the fact that landscaping at their design is perhaps intended and required.
Correct.
Thank you.
And is landscaping, or I think, as I recall, landscaping is one of the design review standards. There are 10, and as I recall, landscaping is on that list.
Yeah.
So if we're
there's-
to review that list, then landscaping comes into play,
Yes.
whether it's an ADU or not.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so actually, you're welcome to come up for another 5 minutes if you have anything else you'd like to add.
Say it specifically on the landscaping. So one of the things we've discussed with the staff as well is there are elements of our existing residents where, for example, like a retaining wall is starting to bow quite pronounced near the main residence. So part of our thinking in sort of how we staged the submissions was that we would separate the ADU from a broader landscaping plan in the first instance. So I think we expected to be back before the planning commission at some point with a broader landscape plan anyway. So we're happy to be responsive to that concern.
Okay, thank you. And actually, Sean, it's not really a question, so I wasn't sure when I should ask it, but can you bring up that one slide that shows the, yeah, that slide with, that showed the house with what portion was over 16? It went, I know you were under a time limit and you went by quickly, but
I referenced in the memo, just it's not on the, I don't think, and this is a different sort of characterization of it, but the average height of the structure is under 16 feet. So to the extent that's informative beyond, this is sort of a illustration of it.
Do you have a calculation of the square footage that is over? Have you done that?
I don't know if we have, I guess it would be, I don't think we do, no, sorry, I apologize.
You know,
Yeah, fair question, yeah. We could put that together pretty quickly, but yeah.
Like 25% or something.
it looks more than 25%, but
37.5.
Very funny.
37.5.
very
Did you
funny.
calculate that?
Well, I mean, the everything under the pop-up or whatever it's called.
Not the, you can see sort of that back corner.
Yeah,
And the clear story was,
Clear
in our
story.
opinion, a really important part of the design. One, from a aesthetic perspective, we looked at a gable design that very closely mirrored the architecture of our existing residence, and that adds a lot more height. So we didn't proceed with that. We looked at a flat roof option
mhm,
that was just architecturally much less interesting. It kind of looks like a rail car or something, or shipping container. I think this architecturally looks a lot more interesting. And then from the livability perspective, the two thoughts around that were, one, that it is a small structure, and about 250 of the 1,200 square feet is for parking, for garage, so that we don't have to street park. So getting that volume, but not having that height across the whole structure was important. And then, as I mentioned, the lighting. So
right.
if you remove the clear story, that sort of window there through which the line goes, that's the only source of light into the living space. And the kitchen is sort of back into the wall or back into the slope. And so you can't really have windows on that side of the structure. And the flat roof design required a lot of skylight use, which, given we have the benefit of people not being sort of eye to eye with us, but in
Above.
a structure with skylights, you get people looking down and privacy should
Got
be
it.
both ways.
I think thank you for that explanation. I wasn't meaning that the clear story should be eliminated
Right.
at all. I was trying to ask that underneath, I thought I read that underneath the clear story, everything is 13 and a half feet high. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's,
Yes.
other than the clear story, that is correct, yes.
Okay,
And then one other, just for what it's worth, the existing lawn is, I mentioned, dug down about 4 feet. So that's really what, if I talked to Rebecca when we started, like, what is natural grade? Because obviously this was dug down, but that is considered natural grade now. So and that sort of happened to be at the point where you take that 16 feet up, because it's dug down 4 feet, it makes it even more challenging, if that makes sense. And so that's sort of, I think it would look a little bit different pre that lawn being dug down, and way better in terms of what was over on the height limit, if that makes sense.
Can you use some of your cut and fill in some of that 4 feet?
What's that?
Can you use some of your cut and fill in some of that 4 feet that was cut away to
Well,
reduce?
that's where they run their dog.
But it's
I
not
think
existing.
Intended to still
Not
be,
existing.
No,
It doesn't help with the calculation anyway.
but
I mean, it wouldn't help with that
as a
calculation.
technical matter, that was kind of what we ran up against. I think as a practical matter, what you described, I think would make it less expensive to do that than ship dirt out. So,
well, thank you. This was
sorry.
helpful
yeah,
to see this slide again.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you again. I will now close the public hearing and bring this item back to the council for deliberation. And as noted earlier by Councilmember Carapiet, we have 3 choices: deny, approve, or I think potentially send back to the Planning Commission
Or
to
modify.
modify. So does anyone want to begin?
I'll give it a go.
Okay,
So thank you for the presentation, and I visited the site. I met with the applicants or the appellants. I reviewed all of the materials, and as just to remind everyone, this is de novo, so we are, as a council, to look at this as if it were new. And I'll make reference to the Planning Commission's findings separately, but when I looked at it with fresh eyes, in the conditional use permit and the site and the characteristics, I feel like it's a reasonable approach. I do think that's why I asked Rebecca that question at the beginning. It's like, so what do we use as a guidepost, or what should influence or guide our decisions as it relates to height when we're going over and above the 16 feet, but the conditional use permit allows us to do such. And I agree. I think we should look to the code, again, underlying code for reference, but it doesn't specify or dictate what the decision should be. So I can make the findings from a design standpoint, and I would definitely approve the appeal. That I do think, though, the point that was raised about landscaping, I think for standalone ADUs, I think it's a good practice for us to look at landscaping plans. I'm not sure whether we want to condition that or not. I'd be open to hear what other council members feel about that, because I know it creates some questions for you in terms of what does that mean in terms of what the landscaping intent is or what we're trying to achieve with it. But anyways, I do think that's a best practice. If we don't resolve it with this particular project, I think that's something we should include going forward. And the last piece, just so, I mean, I feel compelled to share my opinion. I do feel, in looking at what the Planning Commission decided, I feel they were very justified in making those decisions, and they were well within their jurisdiction. Because again, there's a lot of interpretation that is allowed and accommodated for in a situation like this. And so I came to a different conclusion, but I certainly understand why they came to their conclusion. Thank you.
okay. Anyone else want to comment?
I'm happy to go
Member Mark?
before Pat rips it apart. Thank you for the presentation, both the applicant and the architect. I spent a lot of time on these plans, not only the history, but the property itself, visited the site. watched the full planning commission video of it, and I'll agree with Commissioner Burke that the planning commission went through this quite deliberately and looked at it and absolutely appreciated, as I do, the architecture and the approach and the decision on how to do this. I'll just touch on a couple of things. They could have gone about this in a couple different ways. They could have gone it through an SB9 split, which would have been potentially a larger structure. They could have done it through attaching it in some structural, though insignificant way, which would have given them more space. They could have done it as a non-ADU with an exception to square footage, which we've granted on lots of this size as well. So I appreciate that they went about it in a clear, straightforward way for what their intent was, and they went through the process that we put for them. If not for the slope and the hill, this would not have been a reviewable project because their average height is less than the 16 feet. So if this were on a flat lot, this house could have been accommodated and it would have been ministerially reviewed and it wouldn't be before the planning commission or us. I appreciate that it is because of the slope. So all that went into my broader thinking about it. And I do think that the one criticism or the one frustration I had in the planning commission's review of it is I'm not sure I would have conditioned an approval if the concern was the height. I would have probably said, here's our concern for the height. Do you want a continuation, or is there any thoughts and ideas you can lay out specifically so we can identify that as a condition of approval that would work going forward? There was too much vagary and too much inconsistency with just saying figure it out and have 2 feet. I do, in going back through the tape, I do hear what Commissioner Seidel did talk about as the challenges with the 2 feet and how you're going to do that. And I do think the applicant tried to do that. So I do appreciate that they did do that. I likewise don't know that a precedent argument is that relevant because I think our code specifically says that the precedent doesn't really matter, that everything is looked at. For that, as for the landscaping comment, I would be comfortable with a landscaping plan for this project, or as the applicant suggested, they're thinking about a broader one, but they should note that any significant landscaping, I think over 4 feet or so, cannot be installed without an approved plan. So if you don't get that second phase 2 landscaping plan in, you're going to have a bare site for a fairly long time. So I think that might be just as well way to do it, is to either have a smaller one for this project or have it for the broader project. I can make all the findings. I agree with the Planning Commission that the findings were made. I don't find that the exception, any problem with the exception to allow for the height, because I do, and I had a long conversation with Rebecca about this, I do follow the logical argument that in the absence of a development standard for this site, the underlying development standard for the zone is applicable to 28 feet. There was logic and a strategy to apply a standard, which they did at 25 feet, which was less than the 28 feet they could have arguably used as their standard, which was the attached standard for that. And I think that graphic that they showed, that only a small portion of it is above that amount, with the average height being less than the 16 feet. And it was only that amount because of the severe slope, or the larger slope of the lot itself. So I can support the findings that the Planning Commission did make without the condition, and I would be comfortable removing those conditions as Commissioner Burke outlined as well, in approving their appeal or granting their appeal and maintaining the design review approval less those 2 conditions, with the understanding, or I guess the confidence that I have in the applicant to bring a landscaping plan forward in the future.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, I'll go. So I reviewed the staff report and all the documents. I listened to the video meeting twice. I spoke with staff about questions and clarifications. I visited the site, engaged in conversations with the applicants. And during that time, it became clear to me that part of what was causing the design was both the location and their desire to have a age-in-place space, which I totally understand and get, and think that that's one of the reasons that people do ADUs is for that circumstance. But I also think that the thick fascia on the property on both the roof lines really was driving some of the height. And I think that the choice of the design and the location of the ADU pushed the height and caused for the full design review by the staff. During my conversation with the applicant, I from my years of experience on the Planning Commission, felt that there was some I don't want to say misunderstanding, but not a complete understanding of what goes on with design review and to a smaller degree, the landscaping. I feel that the Planning Commission was going in the right direction in their request to lower the height. And I agree with, as always, coming into a meeting with an open mind and listening to other people's opinions and thoughts sometimes alter your own opinions and thoughts. And I agree with Councilmember Mark's comment that the reduction in height probably should have been a continuance to allow the applicant to see if a 12-inch or an 18-inch or whatever inch reduction would have been possible. I think sometimes when the Planning Commission asks for height reduction, changing of windows, changing of roof lines, whatever it is, seems to an applicant to go against what they want. But they're looking at it from a broader viewpoint and with more experience sometimes. And many times applicants come back and say, I made those changes. I didn't want to do it. I didn't like you making me do it. But in the long run, those changes did give me a better design. I feel that the 25 feet does give the property mass and bulk. You can see it from the street. Concern of mine was also in design review on materials and colors where there's vast use of concrete, that the concrete should be textured, covered, colored to match adjacent or plant color, so that it's less visible because it's the cement is a less desirable finish. And I can point to a recent project where they did one large retaining wall in cement and then realized it was really stood out. And when they did their remaining retaining walls, which were not 10 feet, but were quite tall, they did put a color to it, and it did make it meld into the background better. I was prepared to come into this meeting hoping that the applicant and the architect would be able to find some kind of compromise. And they've not been willing or able to make that compromise. I was prepared to either amend the appeal or to deny the appeal. I think, again, the Planning Commission did make the right decision to address the height. I think that on the spot decisions, sometimes people just need to step back. Everybody wants a project to go through the first time, but here we are in a second month on an appeal. And it might have been better handled with just a continuance. And so basically, unlike what Council Member Mark said, I'm going to agree that the appeal be granted on design review. However, I believe that a landscape plan should be included at least for the area of the 10-foot foundation wall. So that has a chance to grow. I don't know if they're going to be doing their other plans right away, or if it's going to be, you know, in 3 years, we're going to do that other, but if it's all connected, I think that just having a landscape plan that addresses that 10-foot cement foundation wall is the most important right now. I think the condition that the Planning Commission put on, that there be more vegetation on the north side, that is the backyard of 330 Golden Gate. And I don't think that the Planning Commission should be looking at what might be developed in the future on a current application, that they should be just looking at what's presented to them at the time versus what potentially might happen in the future. So I think that north side landscaping can be removed from the condition. I think the lighting condition should remain. And I think that's it. Oh, no.
No, yeah, I'm not clear where you stand on the height.
Oh, so I'm standing on the height with Peter. I'm okay with the height.
Thank you.
I changed my mind.
Vice Mayor Wilkinson.
I'll try and be succinct. I did also visit the property and study the pack, and I've listened intently to my 3 colleagues who all served as former planning commissioners, which I did not. I would agree with Kevin and Peter that we grant the full appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. I, being the other member of this group that has never been on a planning commission, so it was, this was extremely challenging for me. This was a very, very difficult project. I think it was hard, as you noted, by being the first one that's not ministerial. It forced us all to really have to think hard and figure out how we could analyze everything in front of us. So I don't need to go into this too much either. I think it was, it helped me a lot to hear from the architect specifically that you had tried to figure out how to reduce the fascia, but it had to do with draining and everything else. That was very helpful. It was also very helpful for you to show that slide and explain that only approximately 50% of the actual living area was over the 16 feet. I appreciated that. I appreciate that the appellant will agree to screening the foundation with landscaping. And I think I see the Planning Commission's struggle with this is that, you know, I think they were trying to say whatever you want to put there is fine. They didn't want to dictate and say you have to put this or you have to put that. So unless you want us to tell you what to put there, which I don't think you do, then we're going to be as vague as the Planning Commission and say that we do want landscaping there and it is part of the design review to screen foundations. Is this something, Rebecca, that you think we need to condition
Yes.
the landscaping?
We have a standard language from our planning
Okay.
commission resolutions that say the landscape plan shall be reviewed by the planning commission chair and director of planning and building prior to issuance of building permit.
Okay, and you feel that satisfies everything, and does that satisfy our appellants as well? Okay, and then, so, I will also agree that we can go ahead and approve this resolution, but I do want to, I do think that, it's hard for all of us up here and hard for the planning commission to, they didn't want to tell you where to take off the potential height. They didn't want to tell you how to plant or what plants to give. So to have those be the criticisms is a little bit difficult to hear. So we're all in the same boat and we can't, unless you want us to go through, we're not going to do it. So I appreciate very much. So in that case, can I have a motion?
Just a
Oh,
clarification,
sorry.
though.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
thank you.
there's, I was just going to say, I think 3 of us have approved the appeal in its fullness,
Oh,
which
right.
would mean,
Or-
I did, and Peter did.
Peter, and
So then there would
Oh,
be no,
without
then
the
there would be no
landscape plan.
conditions.
There would be no condition.
There would be no conditions
For
because the
landscaping.
appeal was to remove
Right.
both the height
Appeal
and the
everything.
landscaping conditions. I mean, somebody can change their mind, but that's what I just want to make sure that's what I heard.
I mean, the question is that what I think Pat and Jane have been talking about is applying the boilerplate standard of a landscaping plan prior to issuance of a building permit to this project, which has not been a requirement heretofore.
But it is in the design review.
I think it's because they're not in 1979, they're in 20, which requires landscape.
And it
But
requires
right.
landscape.
But actually, they're technically not. They're in 1979 050 with 79110 extension exception.
Which
so-
requires design review.
But that takes design review on everything.
It doesn't require design review. It says needs to follow the conditions of design review. I mean, I know we're getting into the weeds on
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
but I appreciate what Rebecca said, that it's not, it hasn't been a standard requirement. It probably should be made a standard requirement, you know, a modest replacement landscape plan, because clearly the immediate surrounding, there's going to be a landscape plan associated with that. I don't mind applying that modest condition to it, but I mean, we also have agreement from the applicant to do that on the record. So I'm not sure we really need to have the condition and alter and add a condition to it necessarily. I'd be comfortable with the applicant's word on that. It's in their interest to do it. They've clearly stated that. It's in their interest to make it appealing. I don't require that condition. I think they'll do it. So if we're going to stick with our 3, I don't think we need to have that condition. Unless you two feel that way, but I would imagine I'm comfortable leaving it at the
I think I would, from my perspective, I would say that because this is new and because you are recommending that some kind of landscaping plan occur in the future, why wouldn't you start it now? It's, as you said, it's minimal. It's something everybody's already agreed on. Why not? I don't want to use set the precedent because that obviously is the wrong thing to say, but
just that it's
this
it's an
would
extra
be a
step and extra
time
work for
to-
the applicant. I mean, they have a broader plan to do it. They're going to be spending $5,000 to $10,000 on a specific plan for this project when they're
Right.
going to be doing it a year later for the whole project. What they're losing, as Pat talked about, is the grow in time around it. So they may choose to do that, but it is more cost and more obligation than is required and that we actually need to do. And coupled with the fact that it is in their interest to make the property look attractive.
okay.
And I think just from an administrative perspective, it's simpler to just wipe the slate and leave it at that.
Okay,
think
does
it makes
anyone
it-
want to make, oh, sorry.
I'll move.
I think it makes it cleaner if it's just included. It's a simple requirement. They have to do the lighting anyway. They were mandated to remove the lighting that face Bella Vista. Is that part of it?
Yes. Staff's recommendation was to remove those conditions of approval. It sounds like there are 3 people up on the dais that are in agreement on that.
Correct.
You guys can make a motion or not.
I'll make a motion. I make a motion that we approve the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision made on May 20th, 2025, granting design review and conditional use permit approval for the property located at 333 Bella Vista Avenue. This, just to be clear, this approval of this appeal is without any conditions. Is that correct?
If I may just clarify one matter.
Please do.
They did not
Give it a
appeal,
go.
they did not appeal the lighting condition.
No, I know. Oh, but there was a condition for lighting.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, their amended
Mm-hmm.
appeal specified they did not appeal that portion of that condition.
Okay, so I wouldn't say, so strike the last part with no conditions, but just I grant the appeal.
Grant the appeal, yes.
Yeah,
Thank
as
you.
submitted.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you.
I will second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, 5 ayes. Okay, thank you everyone for coming and for
you.
sharing the information. And we will now move on to the budget. Item 9D, is that correct? Oh, 9B. Sorry. Okay, are you ready?
Yes. So thank you and good evening, Mayor Cooper and council members. At its April 14th meeting, council adopted an updated schedule of user and regulatory fee that will be effective July 1st, 2025. As part of that discussion, council directed staff to return with an updated cost of service analysis and a recommended fee for the city's residential building records report. The goal of the user fee study was to achieve maximum cost recovery through a fair, transparent, and legally defensible methodology for allocating and recovering service costs. Staff reviewed the process for obtaining a residential building record report and identified efficiencies that will reduce staff time and workload. If approved tonight, the fee would be effective July 1st, 2025. At this time, I will turn over the presentation to Terry Madsen, President of ClearSource Financial Consultant, who will present the findings related to the proposed residential fee report fee change, and staff and Terry will be available for questions after his presentation.
Thank you. Welcome,
you.
Terry.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the City Council, for allowing me to speak with you this evening. This presentation is intended to be brief, but I will make myself available for questions or feedback as you direct. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And my hope is that you see a presentation.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Perfect. So just as a reminder of prior City Council action on April 14th, there was an updated fee schedule adopted that was to go into effect July 1, 2025. There was one item where council directed staff to return at a future date to discuss a potential adjustment to the residential building records report application fee. So this evening's item is limited to that one specific fee. And just as a reminder to the City Council, the item that we're dealing with is what we would call a service-based fee. So we are thinking about what is our cost of service, and that is a component of our hourly rate for service and our estimated typical time for providing the service, and that gives us what we would think of as a cost of service. Once the City Council knows what the cost of service is, it makes a decision whether we see this service as a direct benefit to the receiver of service, or if we see it as more of like a broad community-wide good. And when you adopted the schedule of fees that will be effective 25-26, for the most part, you said these sort of development related services are primarily direct benefit. And so you targeted full cost recovery. This we anticipate would fall into a similar world, but that is at the council's discretion. But the idea before you this evening is that the residential building records report application fee would be updated from its current fee of $300 to the actual cost of service, which is $690. And that would allow you to recover the full cost of service for responding to these requests. In case it matters to you, just in terms of the region, we were able to find several agencies that charge fees for similar services. And you can see that today, Belvedere is in line with the region. It might be at the lower to mid end of the mid range of the region. And tomorrow, if you decided to update this fee, Belvedere would continue to remain in line with the region. You would just actually recover your cost of service, but you would stay in line with the region. So this concludes the presentation. If you have any questions or feedback, I'm happy to receive them. In case you're curious, what you're being asked to do tonight is to adopt a resolution updating that specific fee. If you do adopt it, that fee would be incorporated into the city's user and regulatory fee schedule, and it could be effective July 1, 2025, along with the other updates you directed in April. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Terry or staff?
I just have one quick question. I'm fine with what you're presenting, but I also see, I had made a suggestion of looking at sort of, not that I want to change what we have, but how Ross handles it, where they have a fee depending on the square footage, because I think the square footage of a house dictates the amount of time that a inspector would have to be at the house. And so I'm wondering over the next year or so if we could have building sort of say, if the house is under 2,500 square feet, it takes this much time. If it's up to whatever figure, 4,000 or whatever, it's this much time. And then anything over 4,000, this is how much time we actually spend, because walking through a house that's 2,000 square feet takes a whole lot less time than walking through a house that's 5,000 or 6,000 square feet. And I would just like to see if there's a correlation there that would make our fees be based on fair range according to the size. I mean, I kind of see how Ross does it, and I was hoping that might be a model that we could have looked at.
I think we can do that. We can keep a separate spreadsheet of
just
address size and
just to
amount of
see if
hours. Yep.
the 2,500 might go down a little bit and the 5 might go up
Yeah.
a little bit,
Yeah.
just, making it a more fair, evenly applied rate.
Sure.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment or question? Okay, is there anyone here that has a question or comment about this item? Anyone on Zoom?
We have Dr. Rothman.
Okay. Hi, Dr. Rothman.
Yeah, hi, thank you very much. I just want to be clear that the only, am I correct in understanding that the only thing that's being discussed here is a $300 increase in providing the records of something? I'm not sure what it is. If, first of all, is that true? And the second thing is, what is it the records of that are being provided this is going to be the extra $300? I'm all in favor of getting full recovery as soon as possible, particularly since the houses that are being built are extremely expensive. And it just does not make sense to me to go on subsidizing for the general taxpayers to be subsidizing anything for someone who can afford to build the kind of houses that are being built now. But I would appreciate very much a description of what this is? Thank you very much.
Okay, sure. Councilmember Mark is going to respond to you.
Hey, Bill, Peter here. Thanks for your comment. Yeah, you're right. It's a transaction requirement when a property is sold or bought to identify most of its internal records in the city, what are outstanding permits, what are permits that have not been closed, with a visual inspection to see if there's any work that might or might not have been done on the property without a permit, just so that it goes in the disclosure package so that the buyer is well aware of any outstanding issues with the local municipality. And this is to reflect our actual cost in that, as Rebecca and Pat talked about. We're going to look at that, see if there's any data long-term between big and small houses, whether we can adjust it, but it's an attempt to get full cost recovery, as Terry just talked about, to further our goals there. Hope that
Thank
helps.
you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm going to take 1 second and ask, we're not used to having very many people come to our meetings, and we do have a group out here. So are you all here for a specific item on the agenda? Is it?
We have to pass this resolution.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot. I thought we were all done when you answered Dr. Rothman.
I can make a motion to approve and adopt the resolution updating the residential building records report application fee.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're all done.
Sorry about that.
No, thanks. Thank you,
Thank you
Terry.
all.
Thanks. You always have a great explanation. Thank you very much.
Good night. Thank you all.
Jerry.
So are you here? I guess I'll ask a hand raise. Are you here for the budget review? Are you here for the discussion about police staffing? Okay. Okay. All right. So I guess I have a question about moving our agenda, because we're in the public hearing section. But if we were to move it to the police discussion, that's under other scheduled items. And how does that work to go back and forth? Or does it not matter?
Mayor, you may take items out of order. So if you wish, in light of the public interest, you can call item 10A as the next item and then come back to item 9C.
Okay. Does anyone have a
I have no objection to it, just that
Objection.
if someone's not here for that and their items being moved back, would be frustrating to them. Is anybody here for any other item that it would be
No.
bumped in exchange for that? So,
I think everyone here is for that item. Okay. Okay, great. Thanks for the suggestion. And we will therefore come back to 9C and D and E and F, and there's a lot of nines. Anyway, so we're going to jump to other scheduled items. And the first one there is 10A, which is the introduction and discussion of potential Belvedere Police Service models to address the current staffing shortfall. And do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Excuse me, we're bringing forth an update and discussion on the ongoing staff challenges for the Belvedere Police Department. If you recall, this topic was presented during the February council retreat. A working group was assigned to study solutions in more detail and is presenting two options for council's consideration to address the current staffing shortfall. As background, over the last decade, the Belvedere PD has operated with a staffing model of 6 duty officers and 1 police chief. However, since 2020, 1 officer position has been deferred due to several budgeting reasons. The cost of fire services, pension obligations, and infrastructure investments were the primary drivers of those constraints. As a default, the deferred position has remained unfunded in the proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget that we'll be discussing later today, approving later today, hopefully. However, we are hoping to receive some direction from the council this evening on how to approach this issue. Over the past 2 years, the department has faced ongoing staffing setbacks, primarily driven by extended long-term disability leaves, resignation, or early retirements. Given the nature of police work, these are commonplace for any department. As a result, we have periodically operated with as few as 3 or 4 officers on active duty, which has increased overtime, disrupted training and vacation schedules, and strained remaining staff. In fiscal year 23 and 24 alone, a long-term disability leave resulted in approximately $119,000 in additional personnel costs. Recognizing the ongoing strain, staff has identified 2 options. Both are presented as stepping stones to more long-term solutions. Again, our focus this evening is to build in staffing resiliency, and the options are presented with a more long-term fix approach. Option 1 would authorize hiring 1 additional full-time officer to return the PD to pre-2020 staffing levels. The estimated cost would start at $123,000 annually and rise to approximately $164,000 by year 5. This option would help relieve
I thought it was 200.
in later years. Like, we can come back to that. 264,000, that's what I had in my notes. This option would help relieve overwork and reduce overtime costs, but comes with the financial commitment of restoring the deferred position. Council chose a similar path a few years ago when another officer had been on extended medical leave with no foreseeable return to work date. That was a temporary lifting of the deferral. That is an option for council to consider, but more importantly, the working group's focus has been on a long-term solution. So this option 1 is for lifting the deferred 7th officer position for the foreseeable future. A couple of points to consider with this option. Obviously, we'd need to find multi-year savings in the budget to fund the staffing and on an ongoing basis. In the short term, cuts from other departments or capital programs would likely be needed. Also, when it comes to the timeline for this for implementing, depending on the new hire's ability and background, the hiring process could take up to 6 months until the new officer would be fully trained and independent. Moving on, option 2 is a bit more complex and would involve entering into a 1-year agreement with the Tiburon Police Department. This agreement would provide overnight police coverage in Belvedere from midnight to 6 a.m. when data shows that calls for police services are at their lowest. Under this model, Tiburon officers who have greater staffing depth would be tasked with handling all overnight incidents, including patrols and crime deterrence. Notably, this is being proposed as a pilot project. After the year, we'd reassess and determine if it's a working model. The cost of this shared coverage would be $109,500 for the year. It's expected that this would be partially offset by reductions in Belvedere's overtime, graveyard premiums, shift premiums, and outside service expenses. Importantly, this approach could be a quicker means of relieving the staffing issues. As mentioned in the next step section at the bottom of the staff report, there are a few hurdles that would have to be cleared before this model could be implemented and realized. Most importantly, we'd start with a meet and confer process with the POA, the Belvedere Police Officers Association, also the union. We'd want to hear from residents, so it's likely we would schedule a couple of workshops to lay out the program goals. And ultimately, the Belvedere and Tiburon councils would need to sign off on a formalized agreement. So clearly, both options have merits and both would require council's direction to proceed. Again, staff is looking for your feedback and support before taking the next steps. That ends my report, and myself and Chief Wu are open for questions.
Okay, thank you. I think it was just clarifying, Robert, you said it would be 123, but it's written down 223. That was.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. It wasn't that.
Yeah.
It was just misstated. It wasn't a problem.
I appreciate that. Thank you for
Sure.
catching it.
Okay.
Mayor Cooper, can I just add a couple of things to our
Please.
city manager's presentation? I just wanted to thank Robert and Chief Wu and Mayor Cooper for working with me on this project. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that Robert mentioned. One is that these are intended to be long-term structural steps to a more resilient department. And that both these solutions require us to, at the very least, get back to our current staffing model. And if there's any disability absences right now, that needs to be resolved one way or the other. These aren't intended to fix what we have, shortages right now. It's intended to set us on a course to more resiliency, as Robert talked about. And that our goals of this were to listen to the police department and the officers and the community, to propose staffing models that work long-term, that have more of a financial and operational sustainability. And importantly, to have the ability to develop data, to test and to pilot the programs, either one of them, and to be able to pivot and change course should we need to throughout the process. And I do think both these options work well. I have to say personally, and this isn't a recommendation of the committee broadly, I think these two options are good ways to proceed, better than the third option of the status quo. Because the status quo, even with the return of all the officers, is a department that is constantly under stress. It has the bare minimum with very modest redundancies, and is pressured with, as Robert talked about, the normal and expected absences and any unexpected absences, plus the training and the vacation time that is required. And without some sort of longer term approach, with option one, having the additional officer, finding the funds for it, or option two, offloading some of our hours so that we can have our officers working shifts that are more commonly have higher demand for calls. Both those options allow us to have the greater depth of our department and the resiliency to weather the inevitable shortages over time. So those were the parameters that we went throughout this approach. So thank you, Robert.
Okay. I guess I'll open this to questions of the staff, Chief Wu or our city manager. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I'll start. I've just got a couple of quick questions. So in fiscal year 24-25, the current fiscal year, we're just closing, it's saying that our contract outside services were actually very low. They were only about $3,000 compared with nearly $50,000 in the prior year, which I guess indicates last fiscal year we were relying heavily on the town of Tiburon's police force to cover where we didn't have cover. And so my question is for this year, why are we using them so much less if your staff are so fatigued?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of using Tiburon and using our reserve officer. And I'll let Jason comment on the latter. Our reserve officer situation is a little different than it was last year.
Thank you very much. Without knowing the specifics, I do know that in the beginning, starting the beginning of 2024, so that'll bring us to 24-25, up until October, we actually had 5 able-bodied personnel to cover Belvedere 24/7, 365, so to speak. However, around late October is when one of our staff had to take medical leave, and therefore necessitated us to have our personnel work overtime or have outside contract services with Tiburon. So for the bulk of 2024, we utilized most of our internal personnel, hence the reduced overtime.
But from October to now, we have been understaffed. But you're saying, but we only, for the whole fiscal year, used about $3,000 of outside services. It's the same question. Why didn't, if your officers are very fatigued, why didn't you approach Tiburon to provide more cover?
Partly because as a team, we believe that it is our responsibility to patrol our cities. And so
but that wasn't true the prior year where you had $50,000 of outside services.
That's because we were down to 3 able-bodied.
Okay, understood. And then the other question I had was, for the period where the Tiburon Police Department has been providing cover, have you ever had any criticisms from residents about the level of or the quality of service that they've provided when they've been providing cover?
Not specifically, other than just anecdotally, where they would say, why is Tiburon covering Belvedere? Where are our officers?
Okay, so that wasn't a criticism of the service. It was just a question about why is Tiburon covering Belvedere? Correct.
And generally speaking, they much prefer having our officers because of the intimate knowledge they have of the community and the meeting the community's expectations, whereas an outside contractor may not necessarily possess that internal intimate knowledge.
So that's what they explained to you when you met, when they would question why Tiburon was involved. They say
Correct.
that they preferred Belvedere.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
I had a couple.
Okay.
One is a reserve officer. I'm assuming that's someone who is retired, or I don't know, what is the definition of a reserve officer?
Reserve officer is a fully recognized peace officer in the state of California who works not on a full-time basis, not a full-time employee. In this case, our reserve officer is a CalPERS annuitant, so he is limited to 960 hours.
Okay, and then I noticed in Tiburon, they have this thing called a police volunteer that they count in their officer's account, or numbers. What is a police volunteer?
To be quite honest, I have no idea what that is.
Oh, okay, that's good. And then one other question is the 223,000 that was stated in the report, is that a fully loaded cost for the police officer?
Yeah, the 220.
233, 23? 223, page 2.
Burden cost.
Okay.
Benefits as well.
Fully loaded, okay. And then, can I get into questions about each option?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can I get into questions on each option?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
This is question time.
So on option one, you say you need I think it was a 4 to 6 week lead time. Was that to hire an officer, or was that?
4 to 6 months.
Oh, 4 to 6 months. Was that to train them or to hire them?
That one.
Sure. To bring on either a full-time police officer or even a reserve officer, there is an extensive background training. And furthermore, for us, in order to identify a suitable candidate specifically who understands and can operate well in Belvedere, it takes a long time for me to do a lot more interview process to kind of get a profile to see if that person is a good fit for us, and vice versa, that the city and the department is a good fit for this individual. With that said, that process itself could be anywhere from 2 to 3, 4 months. It all depends on what's available. For example, when we schedule them for polygraphs, what's the availability of polygrapher? Same with medical and same with psychological. So we're depending on outside vendors, contractors' availability for that. And the other component of internally, what we call the field training. The field training, it's up to 16 weeks for someone who basically have very little police experience. Normally, if we bring someone on board who's very familiar, we can reduce that down to perhaps even down to 8 weeks. So it may not take the full 16 weeks for get this person to be fully operational. For example, when we brought Officer Devine, Officer Clark or Sergeant Clark and Officer Cullen, and we did not have to implement the full 16 weeks because they have worked in the area and they're very familiar with the system.
Great, thank you. So my questions on option number 2, I guess we'll go back to you, Robert. So I know that this agreement needs to be further ironed out. Do you know what kind of timing we're looking at or hoping for to be able to reach some kind of condition? Are we talking 1 month, 6 months, 3 months? I mean, is there any, I know it's hard for you to say, but is there any concept of how long it might take?
Yeah, it's a tough question. You look down at the next step section right there on page 4, and you can see kind of how the outline's gonna progress. I think the most variable component, obviously, we've had some initial discussions with the town manager in Tiburon just to come up with kind of a cost basis for the shared service model. And he believes that it wouldn't be an issue with his city council to get that through. Those are, the final contract, getting those specifics ironed out, I don't think is the complicated part. The more complicated, perhaps the variable in all this is, just working with the Peace Officers Association, Police Officers Association, the unions for both agencies. It could be quick or it could take longer, just depending on how they see this change.
Okay, and then I think Councilmember Mark hit on this a bit, is that in option 2, will there be a clause in there that if that is our avenue of choice, that, and it's not working out, that we would be able to terminate that agreement without further?
Yes, it'd be a standard performance clause. We have a scope of services that they're required to provide. And if for some reason, those aren't met or there's other unforeseen variables, we would have an off ramp in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, those were my questions. Thank you.
Mayor Cooper, just a quick follow-up. In Robert and our discussions with the town of Tiburon and through this process, certainly the communication and the further negotiation perhaps with the Belvidere Police Officers Association is a key issue. The second, which Robert just touched on, is the scope of services, and forgive the layman's perspective, but the policing procedures that would be required of the outside service, Tiburon in this case, would be a significant part of the contract, and that would have to be ironed out as well, which has not yet been done, certainly. And then the respective approval of the two councils. Those are the primary 3 steps.
Thank you.
Can I jump back with a couple of additional questions? I don't remember the data, but how many calls on average are we receiving between that midnight and 6 a.m. Window of time each night, excluding the coyote stuff, obviously?
Do you recall that? I didn't bring the data with me, but it is significantly less between midnight and 6 a.m.
Okay. And isn't it the case at that time of night, but at any time during the day, that Tiburon will usually come to any call in Belvedere, and Belvedere will come to calls in Tiburon to back each other up in any case? Or am I misunderstanding that? So the sort of shared cooperation between the 2 agencies to provide good police response to any calls?
Yes, thank you for the question. Generally speaking, in any neighboring jurisdiction, it is a very standard practice for one agency to back up another agency, because most agencies are, well, I wouldn't say most, but they're when agencies are short-staffed or when they're stacked up on calls, they will usually request assistance from other departments. So as such, we have render assistance to Tiburon and vice versa.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
No questions.
Okay. I have a few. If you could let me know, Chief Wu, are our officers behind on their mandatory training, or are they updated on everything?
The California Peace Officer Standards and Training allows a 2-year period in order to complete all the trainings. At this time, some trainings have been mandated training have been satisfied, some have not. For example, Sergeant Clark, who was promoted last year, is required to attend a post-supervisory school, which he has not been able to attend. And that's a 2-week course that would take him out of the patrol rotation for 2 weeks, for example.
And does it pose any problem if the officers aren't up to date?
Yes, for one, there is an exposed liability for the city if something were to happen and the officer is not up to date in their training.
Okay. Is it a problem for Tiburon if we're sharing with them and our officers aren't up to date? Or is it only a liability for us? Does it become a liability for them?
I cannot speak for the department other than each department is required to have the officers complete their perishable skills training every 2 years. And those are mandated and prescribed by California Post.
Okay. And I wasn't sure I heard you correctly. Did you say that when you have reserve officers, there are certain restrictions on how many hours they can help out, or is it in a year, or how?
In a calendar year, a post annuitant, for example, someone who has already was a former police officer who has retired from the I'm sorry, from the PERS, California PERS system, they are limited to only working 960 hours per year.
960. Oh, okay. I thought you said 160. Okay. Thank you. And do we have any thoughts, even approximate, on what these additional fees for vehicle and administration for Tiburon might be?
It's all in the 109.
I thought it said they were added.
No, it's included in
Oh,
in
okay.
the $109,000 figure. And, I had a more detailed breakdown from Tiburon, and it was actually a very small amount, a few dollars
Oh, okay.
of that $97 an hour rate.
Okay. So but the 97 is the average Tiburon police officer per hour, right? Or that, you're saying that includes the additional?
They took the 3 officers routinely on duty on the overnight shift, averaged their 3
Okay.
hourly rates.
Okay,
Charged us half of one,
right.
plus I think $1.50 or $2 or so of administrative fees would put it to $50 an hour, which is half of that one at 100, averaged to 100.
Okay.
And that's, times 365 days for those 6 hours.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And that's a fully loaded cost as well. Yeah.
Let's see, I think some of these.
Well, that's the cost they would charge us, whether it's fully
Yeah,
loaded or
we
not.
don't
I don't
It
know.
sounds, given what we know our officers end up costing, it sounds like it's fully loaded.
Yeah.
I'm having a little hard time with this discussion because I feel like we're not focused on the charts and how they're labeled. So I guess I'd like to go to the staffing model design on the last page. And I just want to clarify that the third option, which is the one that we seem to be talking about a lot tonight, does say that in order for the Tiburon model, Tiburon contract model to work, it would require 5 active officers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So currently we have 4 active officers. So even if we went ahead and we got this all ironed out in a month to be, I know that sounds like it wouldn't be possible to do, but let's just say we could get it ironed out in a month. Whatever we got ironed out wouldn't really help us because we only have 4. So until we have 5, this model doesn't take us where we want to be.
That could be a challenge. Obviously, we don't know the circumstance with that current officer who's on medical leave. It may be that he comes back sooner or leaves. The other opportunity that I think Jason would potentially look at to fill the gap would be a reserve officer situation. If we do have, a few months between now and when we would know the outcome of that officer on medical leave. So I think there's other solutions to get to that 5 officer model.
We need to fill in a 12-hour shift to make it work. The Tiburon model's 6 hours. We have to come up with another 6 hours.
Correct.
So hopefully, if we chose this way, using the reserve officer at whatever cost that is, to fill in the other 6 hours to make this work.
Correct. And Jason, if I want to speak for you on this one, because it is an operational issue for you when it comes to the reserves, do you have anything to add just in terms of bringing in reserve officers?
Thank you. So unfortunately, our current reserve officer did undergo surgery roughly around the time when our staff was on medical leave. So we have not been able to rely on this reserve officer.
And do other jurisdictions have reserve officers that might be available to us, or do we only, does one ever go and use reserve officers from other cities?
No, that's not a prudent practice because peace officers, I post IDs associated to one police department only. And if that ID is, they can go from one department to another department, but that cannot be shared between two departments.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can I just make the point there that none of these models work when we're down to 4? It's not that one model, it's all of them. None of them work.
Well, if we have 5 officers,
Then we're fine with them,
and then
so you're saying,
plus the Tiburon.
right, but we shouldn't just pick out the third of these. None of the ones in this attachment
Right, none of
work.
them work.
Right.
Exactly. But I wasn't sure it was clear that the Tiburon model, I felt like everybody was talking about it as if it was possible, but it isn't given our current situation.
No, I think Sally's absolutely right. And I think one thing Robert highlighted, and I did, I tried to highlight early on, perhaps less effectively, is all of these have assume that our current staffing shortages are resolved in some
Right.
form or another. And just to remind the council, a few years ago when our chief described a similar medical absence, Robert brought to the council a resolution which was a request for authorization to hire, in fact, a 7th officer, because we had reached a point where our city staff was comfortable making that decision that it was the greater odds, there was a greater percentage that this officer was not going to return, and that it was worthwhile to fill in that service that way. And there were some objections, and Sally in particular, that could put us in a dangerous financial situation should that not be resolved in that manner. Fortunately, it did work out that way. I don't believe we're at that point right now in this situation, but at some point that will need to be resolved in some form or fashion, either as you've talked about, the officer returning to full active duty status, having some other resolution, or in fact coming to the council and saying we need to replace this officer because the outlook looks like X or Y, and it's worth making that risk to hire that officer to do that. So that needs to be resolved in any of these scenarios.
Right, but that's separate in a way.
It's a separate track program, which Robert and Chief are working on with their human resources consultants and their insurance carriers.
Do you want to add something to that, Jason?
Just a food for thought. Since 2020, we've been operating with 5 able bodies. And if we were to able to have 5 operational able body, we would not need to invoke the Tiburon option. I would equate that as having a vehicle driving on 4 tires plus a spare. That 5th officer would give us a spare, although it's not optimal from an operational standpoint, but we've been doing it since 2020. And I know in discussion with Tiburon, with Belvedere Peace Officers Association, they also agree that they are willing to operate under those circumstances until a final long-term solution can be found, and specifically to be a fully staffed police department.
So Jason, you're no longer saying that we require 6 officers plus a chief. You're saying you can function with 5 officers and a chief.
I am saying that it is, although not ideal, but is operational until that we down the road that department is fully staffed.
But don't you then continue to worry about staff fatigue and all the things that you're worrying about now?
Yes, however, even with that, with the Tiburon model, it really doesn't necessarily help us. It may help a little bit, especially even with 5 personnel, because there's going to be days in which there's not going to be that extra officer for the 2 shifts per day, because it's an odd number. And so as such, someone on that end of the week where there's no additional body, that shift will have difficulty finding someone to cover, especially if there's an emergency, illness or family emergencies. We would have to scramble to fill that position. There's no backup.
I'm really confused then, because I'm looking at these charts, which I understand do assume there's a 5th officer. And it looks like what we get from the Tiburon model is so much more cover during the day. For most periods of the day, 2 officers on duty, whereas in our existing model of 5, there's very little overlap between officers. So it seems, unless I've misunderstood this chart, it feels like you're going to get a model where you have your staff working during the day, having more overlap. That feels like a much healthier, sustainable model, and also serves the community because nearly all the calls happen during the day. So I'm just a bit confused as to why you see this as a model which is going to be more challenging.
It's certainly going to be less challenging with only a staff of 4. However, even with those compressed hours where the Belvedere officers are compressed and working day shifts, there's still going to be gaps just based on the hours. Because I've actually was talking to Robert about it, and then there were some charts that I have created where it shows that there are definite gaps. It's based on actual hours worked as opposed to the available hours, and it shows a slightly different picture than this. This is an account for the fact that oftentimes Tiburon at night only operates with 2 personnel. We're operating on the assumption that they have 3 personnel, but oftentimes they operate at minimal staffing with only 2.
Yeah, I think the other thing I'd point out, just to add to Jason's comments too, is that, this list, this staffing model diagram assumes a couple of things. It has an officer working a 10-hour shift instead of a 12-hour shift. If Jason continues with the status quo in terms of how he traditionally schedules shifts, you would have more overlap. You'd have 12 hours between each officer. So this model would have to be, reconciled as well with the department and the POA before it's implemented.
I get that, but it was a direct translation from the shift schedule presented at the retreat,
Yeah.
where you have 1 officer on a 10-hour by 5 cover schedule. So that's the only officer on a 10-hour shift. The other officers were on their normal 40-36 schedule with 12-hour shifts and 1 8-hour shift to balance it out. I agree that on weekends and whatever pivot day that exists, which the current pivot day is Wednesday, whatever pivot day and the weekends, there's less redundancy. There's a few hours of overlap, and otherwise there's 1 person on duty. But that Monday through Friday, there's up to 3 hours plus up to 3 officers plus the chief on duty during most of those hours. And certainly through operation, there can and would be discrepancies to that, and towards the end of a pay cycle, as someone has an unexpected outage, that's when you would incur overtime because people have already booked their full complement of hours for that pay period. So certainly that would be the case as it would.
But wouldn't it be true though, when we have 5 able-bodied officers, if we did have somebody else covering the night, this would give us optimal coverage and support during the non-night hours? I mean, so 13.7% of the calls come between midnight and 6 a.m. according to the data that was shared with us back in January. And so, 87% of the need or demand is happening, sometime before midnight and after 6 a.m. And so if we were to take that off the table and have that be covered by somebody else, that means those 5 officers would be able to cover the 87% versus those 5 officers covering the 100. I mean, it just seems like you would end up with better coverage during the high peak times. I mean, it's just math.
Yeah, I think that's a safe assumption. The chief plus the 5 officer model with Tiburon coverage at nighttime does give us better coverage throughout the day than the
Where we
chief-
have higher demand.
than the chief with 5, even if we get to our, quote unquote, full staffing for the chief plus 5 model.
Right. And I mean, if you look back at that same data, like in 2024, it said there were 7 911 calls over the course of the year during 12 a.m. and 6 a.m., which it feels like, I mean, Tiburon should be able to, with this staffing model, they should be able to cover that. Like, I'm just wondering, is there an exposure that we're not thinking about or a risk that we're not thinking about with this coverage model? Like, would that be sufficient to cover that kind of call demand?
Yeah, I think those are all really great questions. We don't have the answer to all of them right now, which is part of the reason that's being proposed if this is the route we want to take.
Yeah, I totally agree. I just want to make sure that
We have to test the model and make sure that the contract and scope of services addresses those concerns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the data is so important because I think it helps take a little bit of the grayness out of it and
Right.
brings more objectivity to the best way to serve the community with the highest level of service.
Right. Thank you.
And Robert, haven't we in effect, not necessarily this fiscal year, but in prior fiscal years, been running this model informally because we were utilizing Tiburon often during the night because we didn't have cover. So it's been an experiment, and this would just be a formalization into a pilot to see whether it's something that works on a sustained basis.
I think probably Helga might be able to pull said data, but it's not necessarily just midnights. Sometimes when we were down to 3 people, they were covering day shifts as well. And so it's not necessarily exclusive to midnights.
So I have a question. Are we being asked to choose option 1 or option 2? Or are we saying, being asked, should you proceed looking at option 2? Or are we being asked to make a decision if we need to do both options?
Yeah, I think clear direction for staff would be, does council have a preference on either of these options as presented? Clearly, there's some next steps. It's not just a matter of, executing it tomorrow. We'll have to come back with a more thorough presentation and a clear picture in terms of either budget or a contract with Tiburon before you make a final decision. But again, I can't go to the POA and have a meet and confer until I know that that's an option. Also, we don't really want to do the exercise and start digging into our budget and pulling out capital projects to find those cost savings until we know that that's where council wants us to go.
I feel like we're getting a little off track and having discussion right now. So I want to go back and open it right now for public comment. So anyone here, if you'd like to make a comment, can you please come up to the podium? And Robert, do you mind checking to make sure that okay. Thank you. And each person has 3 minutes for their comments. So welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this issue. I want to start by saying that I've been a resident of Belvedere for about 12 years. I live just down the street on San Rafael Avenue. And I was a lawyer for 35 years before that, a practicing lawyer. And the first thing I used to tell young associates is that when the judge understands what you're saying, sit down and shut up. So I think I felt like you all have a very good grasp of what we're talking about here. I do want to say that I wouldn't necessarily assume that the fewer calls that occur between midnight and early morning are necessarily less serious. They may indeed be more serious. I think the times when someone is in your backyard at 12 o'clock at night or 1 o'clock in the morning are very serious to people, and having that protection available is very important to them. I would endorse the idea that having a full staffing at Belvedere is very important to me and my neighbors. We saw that last night when there was a collision right out in front of our house where a drunk driver ran into another car, and one of the Chief Wu's officers was there within a couple of minutes, calming everybody down and administering a test as to whether she was inebriated. And it was a very good thing to have them there. And I understand that she was probably the only officer available at that time. And I would encourage you to think more seriously about making sure that the staffing of our police department is full. And I would obviously, certainly emphasize that we don't want to outsource anybody if we can. This police department is quite unusual. Its relationship with the community is very strong. I've met 3 or 4 of the officers over my time here, and it's a very unusual situation we have. I don't want to do anything to undermine that. Those are my points. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Do
Oh,
you-
sorry. My name is Tom Steele. I live at 213
Okay.
San Rafael Avenue.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Thank you, council members. Wendy Miller at 226 Bella Vista. You've addressed much of what I wrote down, so I will foreshorten it. I feel very strongly that we need to have full staffing of our Belvedere police. If we try and use Tiburon, that might be a stopgap measure until we can fill our police department, either 5 plus the chief or 6 plus the chief, which is what it used to be. I've lived here for over 30 years. And I remember those days when we were 7 total able bodies. It's just, I think for all residents, this impacts all residents, our quality of life. You have addressed primarily the financial obligations, which I understand is your fiduciary duty, and I respect that. But from a resident's point of view, it's about quality of life. And our strong police department that is based in Belvedere and our strong fire department are enormous parts of that quality of life. So I would just urge you to support the full staffing, find in the budget if you can, to go back to, at a minimum, 5 officers plus the chief. Myself and some of my neighbors, we have had complaints on response time from our officers, but who are we going to call to complain? So, Chief Wu said he hasn't had many complaints, but a lot of us just stay silent. I had 2 examples recently. One didn't involve me personally, but when we had the 2 homes on Peninsula Road burglarized on a Sunday in the daylight, I think it was just a few months ago, the officer on duty in Belvedere was on a call in Corinthian. And so that delay in trying to get back to those active burglar alarms that were going off was just long enough that those thieves could do what they did and then leave the area. So, where was our obligation from our neighboring jurisdiction, or why didn't the officer call somebody? Or were the Tiburon officers all busy? Or it's a sign of our officers being overstretched and overworked. Secondly, very recently on a holiday weekend on a Saturday, there's a very large project right below my home. And on Saturday, they were using a generator, a compressor, a table saw, all kinds of equipment. It was very, very noisy. And so I did call it in because I was entertaining, and it was just very egregious noise. It took the officer 3 hours. And she actually called me, apologized. She said she was quote unquote swamped. And as soon as she would be able, she would go up to that site and tell them it was illegal to work on a Saturday. So, I'm just thinking maybe on some of those busy weekends, we could have 2 people, or I'm not sure we can rely on the Tiburon to cover that. And I really appreciate that our officers know us. We know many of them on a first name basis. They get to know our streets, which are hard to navigate. Would the Tiburon officers know that? Would they have the time or willingness or ability to come navigate our streets and figure it out? Would they get to know us? I'm just not sure about that. So I think this is a very important issue. I'm glad to hear that you would hold workshops. I think many in the community would want to have a say on this. In fact, is it your jurisdiction to vote on it, or would this go before a public vote?
We're not voting tonight. This is just discussion. At some point, it would come to a vote if it.
Is this a council vote then?
Eventually.
And you'll publicize the issue?
Yes.
Yeah. Because I didn't even know this was part of the agenda. Somebody from New York City called me and actually told me it was on the agenda tonight. So I think a lot more people would speak up had it been known. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, just to clarify this, the item tonight is giving staff direction to know
Okay.
which area that we need to focus in. We'll come back, like I said, with a more thorough report, depending on which option the city council chooses, and then we'll execute that. I think that'll be the opportunity, like Wendy was mentioning, for public comment too.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments this evening?
Hi, Jessica Miller. I just urge you those, instead of just looking at numbers between midnight and 6 a.m., look what the calls are. You can't say that there are multiple calls at 2 in the afternoon. Those might all be coyotes or deer. We know that's another issue. But so look at what type of calls, because good things aren't happening between 12 and 6. It might be 4 calls, but they might be the drunk driver hitting a car, which I saw this morning, and that was bad. So don't just look at numbers, look at what they are.
Thank you. Hi.
I'm Chris Iwasaki, and I live on San Rafael Avenue also.
Welcome.
I have just one little incident that had happened lately. During the strong winds, the umbrellas were lifting off of somebody's house. I could see it lifting, and I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police department or the fire department? I was too little to pick it up. I went over there and tried to get it, and it was trying to lift off, and it was attached to something else. It was across the street at my neighbor's house, and I just could see it. So I called the police, and they came. And somebody came, Officer Jeremy, I believe, and he helped me and wrapped it all up and fixed it and tied it down, and we averted a little situation. But you know, I have never known any police departments. I'm from Oakland, and we don't know our policemen. So it's a real joy to actually talk to somebody that can speak to you and help you. And even it was a weird little thing, and I did apologize for wasting his time, but it's nice to have a police department. So
I don't think he considered it a waste of his time, so don't worry about that, but thank you very much for sharing it. Anyone else here tonight that wants to speak? No? Okay, is there anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have Mr. Putney.
Okay, great. Hi, Jock. Jock? Can't hear you yet.
You should be able to unmute yourself.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, there you
know
go.
what? This is what happens when you have a guy that's 50% blind trying to use Zoom at 9:30 at night.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that there's any sort of action that's going to be taken tonight. I think what you heard is a number of concerned citizens about the transference of what we call community policing to an organization that doesn't have the best track record with that. And a number of people who are really concerned with how things are going to go. So I think it'd be interesting to see what the report shows, if this is what the council is going to pursue. And beyond that, I think there were some really great points that were made just around the notion of people's ability to respond, officers' ability to respond in a timely fashion. And I believe that was Wendy Miller that was speaking about the Saturday work, and if I'm not mistaken, and that happens all the time, and there's no one here to enforce that. Now that seems minor, but I do think the issue is, as a data guy, I think it's important to kind of take a look at, all right, well, what are those calls? Because the gentleman that made the comment about the calls at night may be very different than what we're dealing with during the day. So you would imagine, sure, most of the activity is going to happen during the day because that's when people are out. Statistically, that makes sense. The other thing too is I believe the vice mayor made a comment about some sort of experiment. That's not an experiment. That's actually having a situation where we're stuck, our officers are stuck having to call for backup. So that's not something that's like formalized. That's something where we're asking those people to come here to try to help us out. And so that's not like a formalized experiment. That's not something is like, oh, we've tried this out and we have some sort of understanding of how this actually works. So I think a lot more needs to be done. A lot more needs to be talked about before anything happens. And the current situation for our officers is not good. And I think the city council should really take a hard look at that because there's some liability associated with that. And I don't know I'm not an attorney, but what I can say is that from what I understand, that could not be good for a variety of reasons. So thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Is there anyone else, Beth?
We have Mr. Rothman.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. The other speakers have addressed many of the concerns that I feel, and I'll just touch on one very brief thing. Car alarm goes off at 11 o'clock at night. It's all dark outside. What do? Do you just say, well, oh, I guess it just went off? Or do you say, hey, someone's breaking into the car? Maybe they'll break into the garage, whatever. You call the police. Now, I want to come to the financing of this. I think it's wrong to be crying poor. You have just raised the fees for building and planning. You're going to be getting $1 million more per year now that you've adjusted the things in the interest of not subsidizing people building very big houses. $1 million a year is a great deal. Earlier in this meeting, Mr. Zadnik pointed out that we've given in the final report for the housing element. That report, those successive reports have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're going to end. And now you'll have those hundreds of thousands of dollars. Finally, if you just look at Cliff Road, the street on which I live, you are going to be coming into $60 million of assessed valuation on the 3 houses that are under construction. You've got plenty of money. And to put off the $1 million, the original thing about the planning and the building where I say you're going to have $1 million more, well, obviously you're going to have $1 million more, but I can't imagine why you haven't taken account of the fact that that's going to become immediately available in the next budget year that's coming. To act as if, oh, well, we don't know if we're going to get anything. Well, that just doesn't make any sense. People building houses for $20 million are not going to say, well, the fees have gone up. We're not going to build in Belvedere. That's all money. It's going to be there. So please stop crying poor. It's not justified. The community wants community policing. Give it to them. You've got the money for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else on Zoom? Oops. Sorry.
Yes, we have Sergeant Jeremy Clark.
Okay.
Hello, all. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Sergeant Clark. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for rearranging the agenda to address this subject. We really appreciate that. I do have some things I would like to add, but it appears that the council, the mayor, and our citizens have touched on a lot of the things that I was going to express to you. So I will limit my statement to what I think needs to be filled in. From a POA standpoint, that's basically where I can speak from. And I'm here as the POA president, just for the legalities of it. Due to the understaffing and the constraints that we're in, we have the morale is declining and our abilities are declining for obvious reasons that have been stated. Due to the overwork and inability to attend training. The city's defense against crime are declining and the risk and liability of the city is going up. These are all things that have been said. The POA is open to discussing viable ways to solve this problem in the short term with a view to filling the positions in the long term. However, with the two options presented, the only option tonight is option one, and that is fully staffing the police department. Touching on what Chief Wu said, that we can operate with 5. That's a low number. We got to get to full staffing, and how that helps is a couple things. Since the financial liability is obviously the biggest topic of discussion here. You have a fully staffed police department, you practically eliminate overtime. Secondly, you will have well-rested, well-rounded, clear-minded officers showing up to work every day. Thirdly, if you can send your officers to training, not only just the required training, but enhanced training that would better enhance their abilities to do this job outside of the scope of what California Post requires us to do, you're going to have a well-rounded, competent police officer that's going to make sound, good decisions for the community, thus most likely reducing your liability from a long-term standpoint. I know my time's running up, but there's one thing I wanted to touch on was liability when you use another agency. Speaking personally, I fell victim to that. I was a part of the Yema incident, which was Tiburon's jurisdiction, and I was there simply to help, and that fell back on Belvedere's lap. The same thing can happen the other way around. So those are the points I would like to make, and strongly urge you guys to consider option one in allowing our chief to hire officers to boost the staffing and the morale and the abilities and training of your officers that you currently have in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining in tonight.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in that case, I will close the open public comment time and bring it back to discussion to the council. If anyone would like to begin.
Okay, I'll start.
Okay.
So the situation that we've had with our police officers for last, 8 months or so, has in the beginning, I think anyone can work long hours day after day for a short sprint. But I think that someone that has to work these long hours and delay vacations or training is something that comes to the core of humanity. And I think we've kicked this can down the road quite a bit. I think that the reality is that a police department is susceptible to medical issues. And I think that we should seriously look at option one and hiring and getting 5 able-bodied police personnel on our streets. However, I also see that that's going to take time, and I don't think we're being fair to the current police officers. And therefore, I think option 2 should also be explored, and at a very quick pace, because I think no matter what, we need to get relief for our officers. And obviously our reserve officer is not available. So I think at this point, I think we should investigate both options. I think it would be in response to the feedback we got here tonight. I think it would be good if we could have category of calls that come in. I don't want to say coyote calls are not important, because they are important to people that call in, especially if their pets are potentially going to be harmed. But I think we can categorize those into a coyote category, and then see what other kind of calls do come in. But I think that we need to have a police staff that can function. And hearing that training is being deferred and that can increase our liability. I think that is a proactive stance for future unknown legal costs that would justify the cost of a police officer. So
Okay.
that's
great.
how I feel.
Thank you. Anyone else have a thought about our discussion tonight? Vice Mayor?
I'd say, Peter, you're the one that's done all the work on this, so it'd be good to hear from you.
Yeah, I guess I was a bit surprised on one respect where Chief Bruin, perhaps it was reactionary, was sort of more comfortable with a status quo model going forward with the 5 officers and the chief, and Jeremy Clark, I think, didn't agree with that. And I think I fall more in line with Jeremy Clark that I don't know that a status quo retaining the 5 officers going forward, the same thing, is a great system going forward. We're just going to find ourselves in the same situation in 6 months, 18 months, 24 months, something like that. That's been the case going back, and I think there's no reason to think it won't be that case going forward. So I do believe we should focus on one of these 2 strategies going forward so that we have, as Robert pointed out earlier, greater resilience in the departments, that we have the redundancy where we possibly can. We'll never have the complete redundancy and the ability to, not overwork our officers, because just the sheer size of the department is small relative to its 24/7 shift responsibilities. I do feel the benefits of a reduced hour responsibility are fairly significant from the perspective that, and let's not forget, and I don't mean to minimize the community policing philosophy that Chief Wu has very successfully and very professionally put in place here and implemented well by our officers. But I don't want to discount Tiburon's professionalism and their ability to provide services to their community and to our community by extension. So I would assume and hope that given a scope of services and the requirements for their coverage, whether it's 3 officers or their level of coverage required in this agreement, that they would uphold that agreement. I do think the benefits to us as a department would be more time when people are present, more time when there are more calls. I do understand the nature of the calls; it's significant, and I'm not discounting that. But the ability to be present with your fellow officers more often, have more officers available for training, more proactive investigations that we heard about last month. So I think those benefits are significant and would yield a better workplace environment, I believe, than certainly the 5 officers status quo that we have right now. And even with a 6 officer spread out over across the greater hours. I'm absolutely open to both possibilities. I think we do have revenue opportunity coming up, as Mr. Rothman and others have pointed out. I don't think we have the ability to highlight them and to count on them at this point in time very, very specifically, but that is an opportunity. We also have some very pressing needs in infrastructure and other things going forward, so that there are calls on money that should be available. And wherever we can have a more efficient way of achieving a service, that is needs to be strongly considered by our council. And I think option 2 is a more efficient way of delivering the service. Is the service a B+ to an A+? I think that's probably an exaggeration, but even if it is, the question is, would that be sufficient? I would like to see some broader community engagement associated with, in particularly option 2. I don't think there's much community doubt that option 1 would be wonderful for the community and for the police department and for those residents who appreciate the service. But I would like to see maybe a council chat or some publicized event where we can lay out the options and some of the financial consequences associated with it, or financial considerations, and get some feedback, because as popular or as promoted as a city council meeting is, it's not that populous. So I guess I'd like to see that as a next step. And I would probably like to further encourage the city manager with our insurance carrier and the mayor to try to resolve our outstanding staffing shortages in the police department, because that, more than anything else, is a very hard. It's been very hard on the balance of the officers who are on active duty, and I'm sure you can figure out a go no go type time frame associated with the cost of hiring a sixth replacement or a seventh officer in that case, and at what point do you reach some level of confidence with the disposition of this particular officer's duty status and come back with a reasonable strategy for the council to replace that officer, or expect that individual back at some point in time, or as Chief Wu talked about, a reserve officer or some intermediate step to do that. I would have a second track for that to, with all haste, try to replace, if not the officer, the services provided by that officer, so that we alleviate the current conditions. So to summarize those real quick, I would focus on that. And then I know I'm rambling a bit. And then secondly, I would like to, if not further proceed with option 2, I'd like to clarify the terms, the scope of services, and the policing parameters associated with that contract with the town council from Tiburon, and to schedule some community engagement to get broader feedback on that possibility.
Thank you.
I mean, I guess the first point I want to make is that I don't think anybody questions the excellent service that we get from our police department. That's the sort of first point. And we're very happy with it, with all of that. But we do hear from you that you're that everybody's fatigued and worn down by the fact that we have over the last few years have had a number of disability issues, which have meant that we've got a reduced headcount, and that those officers are being required to work more. I also hear from the community that we should sort of put aside the fiscal impacts and hire a seventh officer, and that would be optimal. And that may, in the medium term, prove to be true, but we have so many moving parts right now in what our finances look like going forward over these coming years, because we're potentially negotiating an exit from fire. We have a capital improvements investigation going forward to see what our long-term capital improvement requirements are. And then we have this struggle with policing. And at the same time, we have been working hard to raise revenues. And it is likely that starting to some degree this year, but certainly in future years, we will see some increases in revenue. And so with all of those moving parts, it would be, in my view, premature to commit to funding a seventh officer today without those resources certain. So I would be hesitant to do that, but certainly on a medium-term basis, that is entirely possible, depending how these different financial parts move. And I hear that residents don't want us to consider that, but unless residents want to pay higher taxes, that is something that we have to do. The money isn't free. We have to find a way to allocate resources, and that's what we've been trying to do for these years. I agree with, in principle, pretty excited by this, the Tiburon model, but mostly because I have the impression that it will take the pressure off Belvedere's officers, and there'll be more times during the day where there's more officers on duty, less requirement to work overtime, and those crimes which were highlighted as not having a sufficient police response, most of those were during the day, and in fact, we would have had more officers and potentially been able to respond more quickly to those events. So I think I agree pretty much with what Peter has said, which is that we should be moving forward to see what that Tiburon contract for overnight service might look like. It is important that we look at the data to see what those calls for service are. Are they EMS calls where we're also getting Tiburon Fire and EMS and the police responding to those calls? It's important to know what those calls are for sure, and whether there would be risks associated with a slightly longer, potentially longer response time for those nighttime calls. So I agree that that is important, but I would like to think that we can pursue this model or see what what model looks like, and potentially have a pilot of that to see whether it's something that actually does satisfy Belvedere officers as well, and with them gaining the benefits of more consistent working hours and more consistent overlap. So I would certainly like to see that model explored. And I also agree with Peter that we're just in this weird limbo right now where we have no certainty whether the disability issues are going to be resolved with an officer coming back to work or not. And so hiring that 7th officer right now with that level of uncertainty could leave us with seven officers and no budget to fund that today, because our budget is fully assigned for this year. So I don't know how we resolve that, but I agree if our relevant human resource people can find ways working with the officer to have some determinations there, that would be incredibly helpful to allow us to make more concrete decisions going forwards.
Okay, thank you.
So I think it's, I'm glad, Sally, you started with this, because I do think it's worth underscoring that the police are a much admired, valued, and beloved part of our community. And for good reason, because I think you consistently deliver a very high level of service. And I think you heard it tonight. I mean, the community very much appreciates this. This isn't the only time that I've heard this. I've heard it throughout the community when I've spent time with folks or at other meetings. And so I think it's in that context that I share my comments, because I completely agree. I think you've also, Chief, we've done a really great job of helping us understand what the challenges are that your team is facing right now, and how important it is to address these challenges in order for us to continue to deliver that high quality of service. And so for me, there's only one option that allows us to solve that problem very quickly, which is option 2. I'm not saying that has to be a permanent solution, but if option 1 is a 4 to 6 month lag before we see the benefits of that to solve those very near and present challenges that your team is facing, option 2 seems to be the only thing that's available to us right now that can have an immediate impact to support you and the team. And so I would actually say we should push more quickly to get 2 up and running, so we can provide some relief and support to your team, if you will, take the pressure off of them in terms of all of the challenges they're facing because they're understaffed. That will give us a little bit of time to reflect on, okay, well, what does the data say? What is the best staffing model? Should it be 6+1? Should it be 7+1? Should it be 6 with outsourcing overnight coverage? I mean, all of those things can be modeled, and we can figure out what's the best way to ensure we continue to deliver the highest quality of service for our community. That's also, respectful of the budgets that we're trying to work within. And so, again, I would very much, turn the gas up on option number 2 to see if we can get you the relief immediately. So we have a little bit of time to explore option 1 or whatever that best service model is. Because I do agree that we can find the money, especially if we see positive results from these fee increases that we put in place. I mean, that should hopefully start to manifest itself over the next months. not years, I hope. I mean, that's not certain, but again, I think it gives us a little bit more optionality if we were to move more quickly on option 2.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think everyone's pretty much said all that there is to say about it, except I'm still struggling with what Councilmember Burke said, which is if the option 2 model of the Tiburon contract is put in place immediately, it will provide all this wonderful promises of greater scheduling flexibility, more training time, less stress on family officers, having reduced overtime, allowing some overlap, allowing investigation time, and even vacation time, which our officers unfortunately are not getting at all. However, that model, even if we put it in place next week, we still only have 4 officers with Tiburon, and therefore we don't get any benefits that you're suggesting we would get. We would still not get any of those benefits. So putting that in place, even in a week, which obviously it's not going to be, I think that from my perspective, I think I would agree that if we could look at both of them at the same time, but I lean toward moving as quickly as possible to come to some type of resolution, if at all possible, with the situation we're in right now. But given the amount of time that it takes to hire a new officer, I think we need to look at all these options and not just the Tiburon model. I don't think it's going to get us where we want to go unless we have at least 5 active, which we don't. And like all of you, I hear from many residents constantly that police and fire, as Wendy mentioned, are the #1 priority. So I think at some point, or at this point, and maybe as we open it up to more public feedback, we'll get even more people sharing that perspective. I wouldn't be surprised. And therefore, we're going to have to look at how to address our budget. What budget discussion is coming up soon this evening. So it'll be interesting to have had this discussion first and the budget second instead of the other way around. So I would say that I lean toward trying to look at both of these as possible and move forward again, as Councilmember Mark mentioned, as soon as possible to put some decisions on the table as soon as we can. So I don't know if that's, we're not taking a vote, so does that give you want to add?
Let me try to summarize if I can. I think we're saying if it's possible to resolve our existing staffing shortfall, we would like to resolve that as soon as possible with the officer returning to work or to hire replacement as soon as that's prudently possible, given the various partners that you're working with. Because no matter what the solution is, they're both jeopardized without having at least the 5 duty officers that we've been talking about. So that is a basis for any scenario going forward. I think you have consensus, not consensus, at least 3 of us focusing on the fact that even with the 4 officers on active duty, reducing 6 hours a night provides some relief versus not providing that relief. And I think that was Kevin's point on, at the very least, it is immediate relief that we would like to, if possible, provide for our overburdened police department. So with that in mind, I think it makes sense to proceed with discussions with Tiburon to try to hash out the agreement, hash out the scope of work, hash out what would be involved with that. have the preliminary discussions or discussions, I should say, with the Police Officers Association to understand with Officer Clark and their broader membership what exactly this entails with them and how we need to go forward with that. And be aware in our future, because I think if it's fiscally possible, we'd like to maintain the department in-house and have the 7th officer, which I think the community, would benefit from, if not actually, but psychologically. So I think that keep an eye on our budget process going forward so that we can be aware of that, but not commit to that 7th hire at this point in time, in the absence, except for the fact that if we need to do something on an emergency basis to replace the existing officer who's on leave, which might be a short-term gap to that 7th officer, much like we did a year and a half ago. Is that reasonable?
Can we put a time frame on it, though? Can we come back next month and have this conversation? Because again, I think we need to move quickly.
How do you feel about timing for?
Scheduling the.
Well, is a comment on officer returning to duty or replacing that officer, either directly or hiring a 7th officer with some comfort level that it will do that in some way. That's one scenario, which is the basis for any of these options. And then 2, the timeline associated with providing immediate relief should the discussion of the POA, the contract, and the town council of Tiburon all work out effectively.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that solution. So,
So if I may, I do want to just point out how critical it is that we do engage the BPOA in the meet confer process. And I think coming back in July, if that's what I heard correctly, would be a very aggressive expectation, because we do need to let that process occur in good faith. And I don't.
Public as well, so
Right,
we need to also.
in other community engagement that Councilmember Mark and you all have mentioned as well, I think. But I would say just particularly about the state law requirements around meet confer, I think we need to make sure that there is enough space to have those good faith discussions.
I also think that following up on Councilmember Wilkinson's question that she asked you, Chief Wu, is certainly for the 24-25 budget, which is at this point just about over, but the 25-26 fiscal year going forward, you have the resources for outside services. So where you can, this goes to Kevin's point also, where you can relieve the pressure on your department with outside services, I understand it's your preference and your priority to utilize your officers. But I think there's diminishing returns in some point in doing that by overworking them and not having the resources. So where you can find shifts, where you can find opportunities with double coverage, perhaps during the day, whatever the case may be, I would utilize those budget resources to relieve that pressure, to what Kevin is saying about bring that relief as immediately as you can.
Yeah, and I would just add on to again, getting back to the timeline question, I think it is a little aggressive to come back in July and have an answer with regard to that one officer that, we're working with them actively on what that outcome might be, whether return to duty or leave. So it's possible we could have an answer, but it's hard to commit to that. I think there's a lot of things that need to happen concurrently. From what I've heard tonight, I think we've got enough to go forward and work on that. And as you said, Kevin, kind of turn up the heat on that alternative too, looking into that. But, certainly try to come back in July or August with at least some preliminary information, perhaps a request to hire another officer if that's the way things are going.
And I would just reiterate Peter's point that you have the resources, the financial resources to take the pressure off your officers by using Tiburon on an informal basis now. And it would make sense to do that also to gather extra data for you in terms of that experience.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
You have your marching orders there. Sure. We're going to take a break for 5 minutes. Back in online. So we are now back to 9C, which is the status of vacant positions as required by Assembly Bill 2561. I'm hoping we have a short staff report.
It is. So thank you, Mayor Cooper. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with Assembly Bill 2561, which was signed into law by Governor Newsom on September 22nd, 2024, and took effect on January 1st, 2025. The legislation added section 3502.3 to the California Government Code, requiring public agencies to present the status of their vacancies in a public hearing before their governing body at least once per fiscal year. The presentation must be made prior to the adoption of a final budget. This will be an annual public hearing item to present the vacancies and allow the city's one bargaining unit the opportunity to make a presentation. The city's one bargaining unit, the Belvedere Police Officers Association, includes 6 budgeted positions and 1 deferred vacancy for fiscal year 25-26. This results in a vacancy rate of 16.7%, which falls below the 20% threshold. Since the deferred vacancy is the only vacancy in the city, it is not currently subject to the requirements of AB 2561. Also, under this legislation, the city must identify any modifications to policies, procedures, and recruitment practices that affect its initiatives to minimize vacancies. The city's partners with regional government services to strengthen our recruitment efforts, and we have not identified any necessary changes to our current policies regarding recruitments, and staff are available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Okay, do we have anyone in public here that would like to comment on this? No, is there anyone on Zoom? No?
No.
Okay, great. Then any discussion from the council? No.
I can make a motion to approve the city of Belvedere's and, oh, I'm on the wrong one. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Is there if there's any,
Second.
They should
is
accept.
it just a status? It's just status, right?
Yeah, it's just accept.
Right, there's no vote on this item.
I
Sorry.
apologize.
Oh.
I apologize.
Same here.
I know.
No.
He's on D.
Okay, on to 9D.
Okay.
Another short concept here. We're talking about our annual operating and capital budget for the fiscal year 25-26 and 5-year capital expenditure plan.
So since the proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget was discussed in detail at the May meeting, we'll only focus on the changes since then. And actually, there have been only a few. On the revenue side, the projected revenue from the fire tax has been adjusted upwards by just over 42,500. The increase is due to an increase in the state's price and population data compared to the estimated amount. The preliminary budget estimated a 3% increase in the state's price and population data, and the revised budget reflected an updated rate of 6.75%. As a result, the amount to be transferred from the general fund will also be accordingly reduced. The second revenue change in the budget includes an increase in the Measure AA funds allocation that the city receives from the Transportation Authority of Marin. These funds are distributed annually and were initially estimated at $56,000. However, the city's allocation for fiscal year 25-26 is $63,490, an increase of $7,490. These additional funds have been allocated for lane improvements. And on the expenditure side, under the non-departmental category, the Congestion Management Authority fee increased slightly from the estimated $5,895 to $5,920. This increase reflects the annual CPI and the city's proportionate share of regional lane miles. And finally, the capital equipment line item has been increased by $10,000 in anticipation of expenditures related to upgrading our network systems. Based on the increase in fire tax revenue, general fund transfers have been reduced accordingly, with the resulting savings allocated to the Critical Infrastructure Reserve Fund over the forecast period to replenishment of that fund. And when everything is said and done, the budget will exceed the general fund reserve policy goal by $110,000. However, and it still projects that the city will meet its reserve goals for the next 5 years. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
A really quick one, because I haven't looked, I should have looked. The 110,000 excess of target, is that in year 1 or that's in year 5?
That's in year 1.
And does it extend all the way through year 5?
We do meet our goal through year 5.
But is there still that?
Yeah, it's not quite exactly the 110.
Okay, all right, that's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I had a question, and I don't know if, since I'm fairly new to the council, the net surplus of the 754 and change, was that determined that amount of money would be going to the critical infrastructure? Was that a decision that would be going to the critical infrastructure, or is that something that we actually vote on?
The 754 is just the operating surplus. And so,
Can you explain that actually? Why do you say there's a net surplus of 755 in 2025 from 6, and yet then the line down and say there's a surplus of 110 of 25?
The reserves.
Because it's the reserves. The 110 is the reserve calculation. Oh, it's above the 50% target reserve.
We have we have an operational profit and loss every year, which this year would be the $754,000. A broader project, which was approved by previous council to proceed with, has a curve of where those expenditures hit. And the 200 and the 2.2 are in this fiscal year, which puts us in a deficit for this year, but that was previously approved spending. And then we replenish that and pay for that between this year and next year. So it takes the 754 surplus into a deficit. But we've built that fund up over the years to pay for this, and we will replenish it as we go forward. Is that accurate?
I try and keep it, so we always run an operating surplus because that's just the nature of how we collect taxes, and then we always move that surplus and spend it within capital improvements. So this year is no different than any other, that surplus is getting used for capital improvements.
It's just sort of standard.
Yeah, it's a normal
procedure.
Yeah, it's a normal course of things. It's just we have a very large budget this year because we have this very big capital expense, which is partly funded by this 754,000 surplus in the current account, but it's also funded by extensive years of setting aside reserves into the critical infrastructure fund to help fund this project and allow us to still meet our reserve requirements. I think the only thing that seems to have changed is we're $100,000 better off than we thought we were, pretty much.
Right. The initial budget showed like $48,000 over the reserve limit, and this
now we're
one
at
is a
100.
little more.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So it's not enough to fund a police officer.
I don't know. I was just wondering if it was, I didn't understand that it was pre-agreed upon, that it would go to the infrastructure. Whatever it is. I mean, it could be less than that.
Yeah, so actually, policy-wise, whilst we were looking at Measure D, there was strictly a policy where excesses went into the critical infrastructure fund. Now, I think whenever we've generated excess reserves, when we look at our audit, the Finance Committee makes recommendations as to where to assign those reserves or whether they should just stay in the general fund. And then the council approves that or disagrees.
So the Finance Committee makes that recommendation to us.
So when we
Yes.
when we do the audit, we determine what the unassigned fund balance is at the end of the fiscal year, and then we bring that to the Finance Committee. We make a recommendation to them. They agree with it or not, and then we bring that to City Council for your approval or not.
So that will be coming back to us.
Yes,
That was my question.
It's
yeah.
usually in November, December.
Right, before the end of the year. Okay, that answers my question. Only question.
Can you clarify that timing? So for the 24-25 fiscal year, that would be, so whatever surplus is determined to have been
Excess reserves.
Whatever excess reserves
unassigned.
were for the 24-25 fiscal year, you then can apply it at that point in time. So in the case, if there was a case that during the 25-26 fiscal year, we're operating in such a way where fees were to come in better than expected or something like that, and we're running higher than expected surpluses, not just necessarily relative to the reserve, but relative to our expectations on the broader budget, that couldn't be realized in that given year until it's all locked and closed in November of 26.
We do have a mid-year budget review, so if, we determine that the revenues are exceedingly high, and we could potentially do a budget amendment at that time.
And allocate
as
them
well.
differently and so forth.
Right.
So if in fact, I was noting that on, the particular, revenue for our building licenses and construction, we don't have any increases whatsoever, which we plan, I understand that.
Right.
But to seemingly the slate of through planning right now, it's not slowing anybody down. And if we are able to realize any of these increased fees and so forth, I'm hoping we'll be able to, in a mid-year cycle, be able to at least identify them for potential existing projects or backburnered projects, if nothing else.
That's correct.
There is still, though, Peter, that whole discussion about fire that will be happening at the same time, and there might be additional funding requests associated with that to allow that potential annexation or other model to move forward. So there will still be a lot of moving parts.
Right.
Do you have any idea, since the year ends in 2 weeks, do you have any kind of projected ending balance?
So
An
this-
estimated projected?
Yeah,
ending?
this budget projects, I think it's 6.135 million at the end of the fiscal year. So I have not done, there's a lot of calculations that go into at the fiscal year end, and we
Mhm.
can, there's expenses that we pull back through August. So that happened in this fiscal year. So I really wouldn't
Okay.
want to make a hard estimate.
No, not hard.
Yeah.
I meant estimate, like
Yeah. so-
what you see as going forward as funds that could be discussed.
So that's where the audit comes in, which is brought in November.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, in November, I'll know the bottom line numbers. So, yeah.
Okay.
I think it.
800 something?
It was a little over 800 in unassigned fund balance. Yeah.
Unassigned, yeah.
But just to say, it was good that we did assign that to most of that to the critical infrastructure reserve, because this project has proven to be more expensive before it's even got off the ground, and will probably be even more expensive by the time execution comes around.
Right. We did. We allocated 550,000 to the critical infrastructure, and then we kept 300 in the general fund as kind of a cushion.
Okay, do we have any idea when or how soon, once we flip into the next year, the new street sweeper and police vehicle would be purchased?
I believe Tony is, they've demoed 2 different street sweepers. And so I think they're in line to purchase them as soon as possible. Police vehicle. Right, but July.
July, did you say? Oh,
Yeah, after July 1st.
Oh, okay.
I have a quick question for Tony. This new wonderful street sweeper that we're getting, is that going to create a lot of efficiencies in terms of the amount of time that your staff needs to do those things? Because I think we're just so aware of how other projects, whether it's lanes and all these other things, seem to always be on the back burner because of these day-to-day needs. Is that going to create efficiencies?
Testing. Oh, there we go.
Yes, I think it'll definitely improve overall efficiency. The sweeper that we're looking at, the model has a much bigger hopper, so it can hold a lot more material. So when they're sweeping, they won't have to return to the yard to dump the material as often. Possibly not have to, once they might be able to complete their whole route, depending on how much material there is, but without having to return once. So they'll be able to complete it much more quickly. And then also just the fact that they're not having to service the vehicle as much. So they're not having to take it into Diego's, which takes two people, one person to drive the vehicle, another person to drive a truck to bring them back to the yard. Yeah, all in all, this current sweeper that we have has been a drag, and all of that will go away with this new one, hopefully. It's hard to say exactly how much, but yep, it'll definitely be a nice change.
Where do you go to test drive a street sweeper?
There's a special street sweeping track. No,
I mean, do you actually like practice the street sweeping to
Yep.
see how it's done?
Yeah, they bring it over here. Yeah, they so we've had two different companies bring their model over for the crew to try out on our streets. Yeah,
Are we all going to get a ride in this thing when you've bought it?
I'm sure you could flag them down on the road.
Okay, great, thanks. I'll open up public comment. Does anyone have a question? Anyone on Zoom?
I see none.
Okay, is there any discussion? Anyone?
Just that I know it's a lot of work, and I know Helga's done a wonderful job with this, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's true. The only thing I had sort of, if I had a dream of how I would do things, I would suggest that as a council, instead of waiting till November and then deciding, oh, we would like to do this, we would like to do that, maybe we could have a short list of what people's priorities are for any excess funds once you get to November, so that it could be part of a discussion rather than just waiting and then having really no discussion at all. So that if people would like to bring what they believe is they'd like to see with their one-time funds, right?
Right.
So they can't be used for anything but a one-time project.
Correct.
So unless it goes to a fund and gets accumulated, one or the other.
Right.
So anyway, I'm just going to throw that out there so that people could think about it and be prepared for that inevitability in November.
I'm going to not completely disagree with that, but we've been, by running a very conservative budget and having generally outperforming what we expect, that has allowed us to consistently put money away into particularly capital improvements, which would otherwise be unaffordable for us and would either have to be deferred or force us on the fly to make budget cuts elsewhere. So I'd hate to think that we're sort of cherry picking one-off little projects as opposed to thinking about long-term strategic planning and investment in capital improvements, which these excess reserves have typically allowed us to do. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Then that's your number one goal. There you go. You already have yours done.
Well, and to fund our police officers' pensions.
Okay. Any other discussion, or do I have a motion for resolution?
I can make the motion to approve the City of Bel Air's annual operating and capital budget for fiscal year 25-26 and the 5-year capital expenditure plan.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Oh, okay. On to 9E, adopt resolution levying previously approved special tax for fire and emergency medical services and fixing the rates thereof for the 2025-26 fiscal year. Staff report, please.
So this resolution is to levy the previously approved special tax for fire protection and emergency medical services. This is an annual item we need to pass to levy the tax that was approved by voters in 2000. The fees per parcel for the upcoming fiscal year will be $1,097.42 for residential dwelling units, $1,249.16 for commercial occupancies, and $219.72 for vacant parcels. The revenue received from this assessment is spent only on fire services. However, it does not cover the full cost of fire services and will require a transfer from the general fund to cover the difference. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, anyone?
I just have one simple question. So I don't know if it's when the tax was passed, how they came up with such a low fee for vacant parcels.
Yeah, it was in this is the same issue we dealt with last year. It's in the original
Okay.
ballot measure, and you, short of
That's
changing
right.
it, you have to go back
That's
to the
right.
ballot.
That's right. Thank you, Peter.
Okay. No, any other questions? Okay, I'll open this up for public comment. Seeing none here, none on Zoom. I'll bring it back. Is there any discussion? Nope. Okay, can we have a motion to approve this?
Do it. I move to adopt the resolution levying the previously approved special tax for fire and emergency services emergency medical services and fixing the rates thereof for the fiscal year 25-26.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that motion carries. On to item 9F. 9F is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the City of Belvedere for proposed amendments to the Belvedere Municipal Code, section 3.28.080. Do we have a staff report on this?
Yes.
Helga, this is your night.
It is the last one.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a first reading of the proposed updates to the Belvedere Municipal Code, section 3.28.080. The Belvedere Municipal Code, chapter 3.28 was enacted in 1980 as a voter initiative to establish the city's fire services tax. Section 3.28.080 of this chapter initially established the parcel tax rates, and the proposed amendments are only an annual administrative update to bring the rates in the ordinance current with the rates levied in fiscal year 25-26 in order to improve clarity and transparency. Earlier this evening, the council held the public hearing and approved the resolution of the tax rates for fire and emergency medical services for fiscal year 25-26. The flat rates per parcel for the fiscal year are the $1,097.42 for the residential dwelling units, $1,249.16 for commercial occupancy, and $219.72 for vacant parcels. And again, this is strictly an administrative update to the ordinance section, and the tax rates are included as part of the fiscal year 25-26 operating and capital budget. Therefore, there is no fiscal impact with this update. And we will bring this back to council for a second reading at the July 14th meeting if approved tonight. And with that, I'd happy to answer
Thank
any
you.
questions.
Does anyone have a
Yeah,
question?
just real quick. This isn't I understand exactly what this is. And we did this last year, and it was the first time we did in a while, and it was, had some
Mhm.
confusion last year. But, every year to go through two
Yeah,
readings and the whole
exactly.
bit. I mean,
Yeah.
isn't there some way to, I know we don't want to obviously go back to a ballot for an administrative aspect of this, but can't there be some sort of reference to a schedule or some sort of reference to the previous approved, resolution that was just passed, 3 minutes ago in the
Yeah,
ordinance
why-
where it's more evergreen?
Yeah.
I would just think there's got to be some way to make, 328.080 more evergreen.
Instead of having the exact
Yeah,
amounts in
yeah,
there every
instead of
year.
reference a schedule or something.
Right.
Yeah, so A couple of things. First of all, certainly, I think if we were all around when this ordinance was being put together, I don't think we would have done it this way. So in some ways, we're just doing the best we can with the situation we've been presented with. But I would say, secondly, and this is something that I've also discussed with Helga before, most people look up these things online, and we've discussed whether we could simply put in the online version like an annotation or footnote that just simply explains what the current tax rate is. So that wouldn't necessarily update the numbers of the ordinance, but at least to the extent people are actually looking it up. And again, I think people look these things up online. The information could be right then and there. That
Yeah,
would
but
be
you don't
another
want to
option.
have, outdated ordinance numbers in there. That's the thing, I mean,
So the only way to amend an ordinance is another ordinance.
the only way to, I know, but we couldn't amend the ordinance with different wording without going back to the ballot, referencing a schedule that is in a sense, I'm seeing a shaking nod, so that sounds like that's okay.
You're saying like annual CPI or
Or no,
whatever
or
it is,
this-
the rate,
instead of-
the increase of the rate.
Yeah, so we all,
In the ordinance itself, it references a schedule that is part of resolution, every year, 24-0, whatever this last resolution was. So every year there's a resolution that fixes and changes the tax amount.
Yeah.
And that's what get changed. And that in the ordinance, it just references the then current resolution of the tax recording.
yeah, I could take a closer look at that and consult with most of my colleagues about it, but obviously this is a relatively routine
Yeah, it
matter.
is. It's,
And the second reading will be on consent.
Yeah.
So.
thank you.
And does this parcel tax have an expiration date? It just goes on?
No.
Okay.
One also difficulty is that we don't necessarily know from year to year exactly what the increase will be. That depends on various factors that Helga's more conversant on than I am.
Okay, got it. Okay, any other questions? Okay, is there any public comment here on Zoom?
No.
No, all right, then I'm assuming there's no discussion. Can I have a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2025-05?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you,
you,
Helga.
Helga.
That was quite a night. Thank you very
Actually,
much.
Helga, you don't leave. You're still up, aren't you?
Little bit.
Oh, a little bit. So we now skip to 10B.
Which is this one?
Which is discussion and possible approval of updated lease and use agreements between the city of Belvedere and the ranch.
So Mayor Cooper, I'll go ahead and kick this one off.
Okay,
Tonight, we're asking council to authorize updated lease and use agreements between the city of Belvedere and the ranch for two city-owned facilities, the Lagoon Tennis Courts and the Belvedere Community Center. These new agreements replaced outdated or expired contracts, some of those dating back to the 1970s. Key updates include clearly defined operating hours, sharing of maintenance responsibilities and costs, and improving insurance provisions to better protect the city and the ranch. The updates are the result of several months of collaboration between staff, council liaisons Wilkinson and Burke, and the ranch. The tennis court agreement, as proposed, maintains the ranch's exclusive use, but introduces new restrictions on pickleball, and it formalizes the city's right to access the courts for its own events with appropriate notice. The community center agreement now also references the basketball court and community park, not because the ranch is taking over management of those, but just to reflect their program use in those areas. Importantly, community park remains first come, first serve, and the city will continue to manage it. The idea of the ranch handling reservations in community park was explored, but declined due to staffing and enforcement concerns. So if approved tonight, the agreements will go to the ranch board in July for approval. We recommend authorizing the city manager to execute the agreements on behalf of the city council. Myself, Helga, and I believe Jessica from the ranch are available over Zoom. That was a quick version of the contract updates, but I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
okay. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a couple of just
Okay,
comments related, or questions, comments. The first one is on the lease agreements, under provision 3 rent, why limit our ability to potentially impose rent? I mean, what I mean is it says if and when the town of Tiburon begins charging rent for its use of the Dairy Knoll facility. I understand the reason for that. I understand the editing of that, but arguably, and I'm not prescribing any bad intent on their part, but they could arguably come up with a way to charge rent by actually not making it rent for the Dairy Knoll facility, but by having some other cross charge or something else that's not technically rent, then we don't have the ability to do it. Why not just take it lessons? Why do we have to condition it on if the town of Tiburon does this? Just seems, but there might be some other factor that we haven't considered. Yeah, the last part. It just seems limiting for no point of being limiting.
I mean, I guess I think the reason that was put in there was because
Messaging.
it's messaging, because in Tiburon's original agreement for the ranch, for the Dairy Knoll facility, there actually is a provision in there for them to charge rent, but they have never done that. And so when they look at their agreements, I think it was just a signal to them, we're not planning to charge rent for ours. We don't, it's signaling, and it's really because whilst the ranch is, for all intents and purposes, self-sustaining financially, they do obviously depend on us and Tiburon to provide the facilities for those activities. But as a result, we don't have to deal with REC, as a city, which is an incredible gift, given the burden that REC can place on local government. So it was really for signaling. But if you feel that isn't necessary, then we can definitely strike that line.
I get this thing. I'm sure they know that. But it just seems that if someone has the mindset to not call it rent, to come up with some other mechanism, it just limits us. But that's it's not a big issue. Just oddity, I thought. The second thing is just on the insurance costs. It seems odd that, I mean, why are we paying the general liability and for the leased property itself? I get it. It's been an ongoing practice, but it just seems a little bit outdated, outplaced, and beyond our scope of responsibility to be paying for their insurance costs. I know it's a benefit situation, but that seems like one that we'd probably want to sooner than later try to offload back to them.
So you're right. Our insurance advisors definitely found that to be extraordinarily weird. But the benefits we wanted to leave that in Tiburon's hands to make that decision, essentially. They're carrying 80% of that cost. We're only carrying 20%. It's $6,000 to us. So I think we were leaving that there as a possibility if Tiburon chose to do that as the, I don't want to say senior partner, but as the 80% partner.
Like I said, both these comments aren't structural. They just, like you said, weird is a good word. They just seem to be an oddity in the agreement, but I understand the reasons for them.
I just have a couple questions. I'm going through this because it just jumped out at me. So on page 3 of the lease agreement, I think I'm getting myself confused, but it's under insurance and it says $1,000 per occurrence for personal injury and property damage, and that, or $1 million, I should say, and then another $1 million if there's liquor involved. I thought I read that the community center had a $5 million policy. So is that an error? Just in it's like insurance requirements below 7.3.
No, those insurance requirements are in relation to third-party renters, that they have to purchase insurance if they're using the facility.
It just jumped out at me. And then go down to the next paragraph where it talks about indemnity and hold harmless. Can't talk anymore. Who's the applicant?
The applicant is a third-party renter, but maybe should we is that clear, Andrew, or should that be restated?
The word applicant was sort of in the initial draft that I saw, so I just try to make that consistent. But if we want to do a global replace of applicant for renter,
third-party renter
or a third-party renter, we can do that as well.
I mean, that was the language exactly that the our insurance advisor gave us, but without necessarily looking at the whole, well, they were looking at the whole contract, but I think that makes sense to be clearer what that relates to.
Yeah, I think we can certainly do a global replace if that works for folks.
And then the only other question I had was you created, I think, new hours. Was there hours before in the tennis court? So you've created hours. So the question I have is why 8 p.m. as long as the sun's up? Would tennis be allowed?
I mean, it's fairly consistent with what others do. I mean, they're not lit courts, so we can't go past that. But are you, I mean,
No, I'm
it's,
just thinking of the residents that live in the vicinity that would be hearing the bong bong on a summer night. They might be outside entertaining and they hear the bong bong of the ball, you know, up to 8 o'clock at night, whereas the pickleball ends at 6. I just think that if you just say the courts close at 6.
Is Jessica still available to answer that question? Because I don't know what her current practice is.
I can, Jessica, you're allowed to unmute yourself if you're.
She went to bed.
I don't blame her.
yeah. Who could blame me?
Hello, I'm here.
Thanks for staying up so late.
Sure. So I understand the question is why till 8 o'clock?
For the tennis.
For tennis.
Yeah, it's just been a practice that's been in place for the past 11 years I've been at the ranch, and as far as I know, since 1978, when the courts were taken over by the management of the ranch.
Oh, so it's just the standard practice and you're just putting it in writing.
Correct.
It wasn't before.
Okay, so that's fine. And then the only other comment I had is when you read the old agreement somewhere, there was a map that showed the community center and labeled different rooms and offices and this and that. Should that be incorporated into this so that it's, well, just, you know, like we tell them they get storage unit number, whatever.
But I think it's left to
it's
be.
clear exactly what that storage unit is or what the different spaces are. I don't know. It just seemed like would be a good thing just to stick in.
Well, I don't
for
think we
clarity.
don't,
Here it is.
we don't call out to these individual numbers in the new contract. I mean, which would make it more relevant. I think storage is allocated based on what we think is appropriate based on their request.
Yeah, I think the contract provides for two areas that they can use. One of those is if you're looking at that old exhibit map, I think it's number 2 on there, which is currently an office. And then outside of this facility, they have a storage room that's connected to the outdoor bathrooms. Those are the 2 items that we're giving them. And then the contract also says if you would like additional areas, that's up to the city staff, public works director, city manager to determine whether or not that's appropriate and just be on kind of an ad hoc basis. But the map is a nice feature.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exhibit. I mean, I don't think it hurts to be there. Anyway, those were just my questions and concerns.
Any other?
And thank you, Sally and Kevin, for working this out.
And I would also say the one piece, it says it in the staff report here, but we still at some point will come back with that discussion around the financial arrangement between Tiburon and Belvedere in relation to the Dairy Knoll facility, but separately from this.
Is there, did I already do public on this? No. Oh, any public comment? Any on Zoom?
Nope.
Okay. Then can I have a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the attached draft agreements on behalf of the city council with change? Oh,
So
there
moved.
aren't any changes.
So moved.
Oh, no, we did have changes. Sorry. I was right. Okay. All those in second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Yeah. And thank you again, both of you, for your help. And thank you, Jessica, for all that you did too. So, okay, on to item 11, open forum. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to briefly address the city council on any matter. Does not appear on this agenda, but is within the city council's subject matter jurisdiction. Upon being recognized by the mayor, please limit your oral statement to no more than 3 minutes. Under the Brown Act, council members may not deliberate or take action on items not on tonight's agenda. Matters that appear to warrant a more lengthy presentation or council consideration may be placed on the agenda for further discussion at a later meeting. Anyone?
Mayor Cooper, there are no hands raised.
So
Okay,
what if a council member?
What?
What if I wanted to raise something? I mean, is
Oh,
there a point at which if there's something I wanted to raise in terms of anything?
council report.
We could go back to council reports and reopen that item if you wish.
It's not
Council
really, it's not
report
really
is
a
your
report.
part.
It would be a question of, or a suggestion of something to add to a future agenda.
Go for it, Kevin.
Yeah, yeah, I'm part of the public still, I think, right?
But you have to stand up there.
All right, and turn the clock on.
And you have to
Because
do
you
it
know how long
fast.
I want to make this meeting even longer. No, I think I'd love for us to consider because it sounds like timing isn't going to allow us to have some of the elements regarding the police on the next agenda, but I think we should have it as an agenda item. I specifically would be very interested in understanding, either as a council member or someone from the public, what have we done in the last month? So in July, if we look back to today, what have we done in the last month to supplement the police staff specifically? Because I think the need is so dire, or at least it's being presented to us as such, that I don't want us to just sit on our hands and wait for more analysis. So I'd like to understand that. And also I'd like to understand the data in more detail so we can make so we can be better informed about what coverage we need and when.
Well, I mean, I know that it took an awful lot for the officers to help Chief Wu put together the last report.
Data?
Yeah, and it meant that they came in on their off time to finish it up. So
Then
I
that would
don't
not
think
be a
you
good use
want
of,
to,
no, no.
I want to be careful that we're not asking for more busy work for something that means that it's not going to necessarily help at this point. I get the reason for it, but I'm just concerned maybe I'm
Yeah,
speaking wrong off.
So I think we're a bit off the agenda at this point. So
Right.
maybe we can follow up offline.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to close the meeting. No? Could I do that? Okay. I thought you still wanted to talk.